Yeah, maybe not. Should be good now. Oh yeah, Brian, you weren't actually here for this. Just very quickly, are you okay with the as I was mentioning before, up until now I've been playing Rabbit Folk, which is a UA Unearthed Arcana build, which is officially not legit D&D, but recently they released with the Wilds of the Witchwood the official Rabbit Folk race, which is called Harengan or Harengan, and they have all the same things exactly, except Rabbit Hop is now a bonus action. Always gives you 5 times your proficiency bonus, which for me is 10 feet of movement. That just doesn't provoke opportunity attacks. No, but it costs a bonus action now, or it didn't before. It was just bonus movement. Now I get only 10 feet of movement that I can use at any point with a bonus action that will not provoke opportunity attacks. Yes, but this is I was gonna say this is like official D&D now apparently. So I wanted I wanted to double check with you, of course, you're the DM, but this is now officially released shit, which is cool. Thank you. So I've changed that around now. And me, because I've been terrible at that. No, no. Thuliago. Or is it Tuliago? Yeah. I want appreciation for the meme that is honestly just so perfect for that situation, though. Wait, it's all slime? Always has been. Oh yeah, my fucking serpent. Hell yeah. Fuck yeah, man. And it's got great big gnashing teeth and Look at the buns! Wait, that's a reference maybe not everyone will get. I'm talking about the thing from Monty Python. Never mind. I am half HP with no hit dice and a level of exhaustion. I want a nap. Yeah. No. No. I'm sheathing my sword and I'm gonna look at the rest of the party. Probably fur still matted with grime and blood, shouldering my pack and saying, "We are on a clock. I believe we all understand that time is not our ally. Unless we must rest, we should not. Sorcerers, you are capable of proceeding, I assume, after your repast earlier." I've not been hiding it, so kind of obviously, yeah. Yeah, I told you I didn't sleep. My whole front, which is with like with that, my blue tunic is matted with blood, mostly my own. Never a good sign. I, I am going to grin at that and say, "I thought you relished that prospect." I cast my eye at the rest of the party. My vote is move. Ah, how unusual. Ah!
Okay.
Thank you very much, person on stream. That was due to a... Wait. Stop picking up desktop audio? Ah, wait. We're getting there. What the fuck?
I'm kind of just
That's
talking out loud to see if it comes through. But yep, I can hear me.
Yeah, I heard Johnny
There
talk.
we go, right. That rabbit's dynamite. Ah, guitar, guitar man. God, it. I do realize that when you put yourself on stream, this is literally my bedroom. I'm not trying to frame anything. My guitar has always been sitting there, but yeah, that looks like a real guitar man move. Yeah, okay. Sorry about that. A lot of my audio settings were fucked up recently, but you should be able to hear everyone else now. Just check from everyone else. Mic check, people.
Oh.
Good, looks
Hey,
good now.
hi,
Thank you very much
word.
for checking that, Adam 5. It should be fixed now. Haven't missed a terrible amount just discussing whether or not we should be moving on, because the party has been quite injured over the last session, and we're picking back up and deciding whether or not to move or not. And very funny,
I'm
Johnny.
fine.
You okay? But yeah, my vote is that we move, and casting my eye at the rest of the party.
I'm happy with a short rest if you guys want to take one. I'd probably recommend doing so here so we don't have to walk the hour back to town. If that's out of our way. I put the map in chat so you guys can see it. We are heading east if we want to go for the druid after this.
We don't have the cart, do we?
We did not bring it with us. I don't believe anybody said anything about that, so we don't.
No cart. Okay.
How do I say in
Well-
game that short resting does absolutely nothing for me?
I know you need a long rest.
It's partly that, but it's partly also like the feeling that we have short rested and we've kind of gained all we can from it. And at this point, pushing on seems like the practical thing to do.
That's fair. I'm not sure if our warlocks.
Yeah, I just genuinely don't know what anyone else would gain from it. How many spell slots have you guys spent, and how much health do you guys need?
I'm at full health. I think I'm okay. I can't pull up my character sheet for some reason. It won't let me look.
Yeah,
So I'll reload the game.
I'm low on health and I only have 1 out of my 2 spell slots, so I mean a short rest would be fine for me. I can just use like a hit dice and get more health that way. It's not gonna be like a lot, but I also have Fiendish Figure that's gonna just give me health regardless.
Yeah, I think taking an hour to not die is a good idea. No, there we go. I can open my character sheet now.
Alright, so short rest on the spot and then move towards the druid. Is that the plan?
Yes.
For
I
the
guess
second,
so.
this is the most we have short rested in a day, and it's the one day where I get absolutely fucking nothing from that. Screw
But
acting
your
in
warlocks
character,
do.
man. This is the first time I've ever deliberately forgone a long rest in my D&D career as well, ever, entirely to be in character. And I'm just being beaten over the head with my
With your
with
decisions.
my yeah, absolutely. But I made them, and I stand by them.
I mean, it makes 2 of your party members a lot stronger for the next fight. So it's still a good idea. It's still something to utilize.
Yeah, for sure.
You know.
A nice fat 3. We'd love to see it. Love to see it.
A large 3.
Big 3.
Big.
I wonder if Kraken has any hit dice that he might be able to expend to heal himself.
I'll take a look for him. We'll do it for him if he does. We'll just force it upon him.
Hell yeah.
He's got 2 hit
Well-
dice left. Yeah, he probably wants those.
Bagdemagus,
Well,
short rest, spend remaining hit dice, 0 of 0. Bagdemagus takes a short rest.
Yep, I got a 3.
That's that.
Hey, he rolls a d10. It's different.
Fuck yeah, it's that
There's
fighter
yeah,
energy,
there's a
man.
big fat number.
There's 2 more sides on an 8 versus a 10, but a 3 versus 11.
I mean, I rolled a 0, alright? Don't complain.
Big 3 versus an 11, though.
Well, I'm doing that immediately when I wake up. So
Makes sense. Um, Fluffy
Cool.
2.0 comes back with maximum health. Thank God.
Hell yeah.
You're not here, Kraken, but thank you so much for your efforts in saving Fluffy. Forever in your debt.
I'm gonna spend 4 of my remaining lay on hands. Give myself 4 health.
I will have
You
to
can
say
do
that the jump catch was epic.
Oh, it was so cool.
Lay on hands is a long rest, right? I'm 90% sure, but at this point I will take
Yeah.
anything. Damn it.
All right, you guys take a short rest. Who's doing what in their short rest period? How are you guys spending it? Are you trying to work on anything? Are you guys just like sitting relaxing, cook up a little bit of a meal with any of the rations that you guys have?
I mean, I'm fixing Fluffy, and then it's been a long day already. I think Banksy's just gonna go to sleep with Fluffy. I'm just gonna cuddle Fluffy, hold Fluffy in my arms, take a little nap.
am I allowed to look for weed during this short rest?
Yeah. Go ahead and give me a nature check to go look for plants and herbs.
Yes, yes, he did. He
Yes,
fucking rolled a
yes,
20.
he always does. It's always a goddamn nature checks for finding weed that he always gets high rolls on.
Priorities.
Yeah, you find just a cornucopia of a different set of plants. I think you actually looked around this area before, so you start finding like more sets of the plants you found last time. Um, do
My
you
channel
have an
divinity, I'm just
item in your inventory right now that says like much of like a certain type of herb that you have? Because I think I did that for you last time.
I got a spice medley, but I'm looking for weed. I'm not trying to smoke no spice.
Um, Go ahead and let's use a dice that's not used enough. Roll me just a D100, and we'll say anywhere between 80 and 100, and you find just raw usable weed.
No. Aw.
Uh, no, but you are very close in finding just like it's some type of herb, and it's from what you look at, nothing used for cooking, nothing used for like healing salves or anything. But you start like sniffing a bit, like getting a feeling for it, and it's not something you've seen before, like very in depth. You do, I believe, have that botany book that you can start looking through, like see if you find anything about it.
Well, I'm gonna look through that, but I swear to God, if this is salvia, I'm smoking it, and that's not gonna be a good time for anyone.
You're like, I hate it, but I'm still smoking it.
Yep.
Go ahead and roll me an investigation check with advantage, real quick.
Come on. Okay.
12. Yeah, you start looking through the book and you start reading up on what you think this plant could be, and it gets like a really good description of it. And you see that it's a plant called um fro- frost fern. And what it does is like it's used for a bit of a mind altering effect type of thing, used to like kind of put people into stupors and situations of like almost like oh,
Coma?
almost like anesthesia. Is
Hmm.
like they would use it to like knock people out while they like do procedures on them and stuff like
Well,
that.
it's an opiate basically, like a heroin almost.
More or less, yeah.
Neat.
How are
Uh,
the effects? How does one receive the effects? Is it through smoke primarily? Inhalation?
um, Less of inhalation usually, and more of people take it and grind it up with other things and make it into like a something that you would take and like rub across. Oh, oddly enough, like you'd rub it across like the back of the ears, like across like the upper lip, like next to the nose and everything, and a little bit onto the tongue. So like their different senses would start taking it in, and it would put the person to sleep after a little while. You think you could try and redo this a little bit, and smoking it would give a different effect. You're just not sure what right now.
Hmm. I'm just gonna smoke it.
All right, go ahead and give me a Constitution
I mean,
saving
what
throw.
did any of us expect?
He starts doing death saves immediately.
You
Holy
start
shit.
smoking this, and as you do, you can feel bits and pieces of your body. Like it starts in your arms and like creeps up the center of your body, like across your back, onto your neck, a little bit into your face, and like starts working its way down across like the rest of your body. And bits and pieces of your body just all start to feel a little numb to themselves. And you start to look at your skin, and it doesn't like feel necessarily dangerous. And you start looking at it, and it's like bits and pieces of it start to
Peel off.
not exactly. They do start to go dry though.
I was joking. Jesus.
Like just like patches of skin start to go like a little dry, not excruciatingly painfully so, not something that like you can start peeling it off right away, but like almost like the feeling of having eczema, I guess would be like the best way of explaining it. Like just across your body, most of it starts to like just feel dry and almost a bit thick and leathery is kind of the feeling you're getting right now.
Acquire minor high. Also
Hmm.
acquire permanent skin condition.
Well,
And loss of sensation.
seeing how this is making me feel, I'm gonna try to harvest as much of this as I can. I have ideas for this.
Yeah, go ahead and roll me a survival check to see how much of this you can properly harvest. Or
Oh, I'm too
you
fucked up.
already harvested a little bit like when you were like taking the process to go, so you tried doing it again, and there's some of it, but like you're realizing that picking it in certain ways is like problematic and it's not getting a full effect off of it, or you think that it's like cool, get like a proper like root of it in certain spots, like get the most use out of it. I will say since you found like a lot of it already, even with the 4, you'll get um we'll say a quarter of a pound of leaves, which once you start like using your herbalism kit on it and everything, um, like properly like taking and breaking in things, you would get, we'll say 2 or 3 uses out of it. We'll say 3. We'll say 3 uses out of it.
Right.
Yeah, like you essentially need like a lot of it to make it very like it's not super potent. It's like you need a lot of it to like make it work with what it's going to do by itself. That's why people would take it and like mix it with other things that would enhance the effects of it.
Cool. And what are we gonna call this?
This is frost fern.
Frostburn. All right.
As for Bagdamagus, like I said, I'm just gonna look down and find the worst injury that's still kind of oozing blood and lay my hand on it and try and just alleviate the worst of the bleeding, seal up any serious injuries I have. And once that's done, uh, probably just collapse. Not like on the ground, but just down onto my butt. Find somewhere just comfortable to sit down. Start a small fire and just spend the next half an hour, 45 minutes just staring into it, poking at the coals. Probably a little separate from everyone else. Thinking over a lot of things.
Bagdamagus, what are you thinking about in this moment right now?
If my choices led me in the right direction, if this is really what my life is supposed to be leading to, if this is really what Lathander, the Lord of Dawn, wants from me, if I am, especially my current state, strong enough or capable enough, I just turned my back on my past, everything that has made me pretty much what I am, and definitely having second thoughts about whether or not I am strong enough to continue as what I am now without that, if I am to continue. Because if that showing in that cave was any indication, Maybe not.
I want you to go ahead and give me a religion check real quick.
Hey, baby, the paladins with the dump in religion and no proficiency. Let's go, nat one. Oh, hey, whoa! The last 2 times I've called nat ones, I've got them, so I'm feeling
This is
lucky.
That's
true.
a thing. You rolled.
That happened earlier today. Actually, for when I should get back to that point later. So Bagdemagus, as you're thinking over these things, and particularly when you go to the point in your head of, am I strong enough to actually be able to deal with what's going to come later on, or am I strong enough to really deal with anything at this point? You start to have this thought of, is Lavender actually someone, or not someone to help me, but do I deserve to be a follower of Lavender? Do I deserve the option of like making an actual name for myself? You start to feel like a wave of an odd warmth wash over you. And as it happens, you close your eyes and you open them for like a brief second to look at the ground, and you are fully under a tree somewhere. If anything, you're shaded. You are away from the sun. As you do feel this sensation going over you, it's the warmth of the sun breaking even through the shade, even through the foliage, and just washing over your shoulders and down your arms and into your hands. And as you do feel this sensation, you can almost feel a situation of a little bit of reassurance and a little bit of a calling to keep going. I want you to roll me a d6 real quick. Actually, make it a d8.
Okay.
8.
Big!
You gain 8 temporary hit points and 8 points back to your lay on hands.
Ooh, oh my god. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah.
And you don't necessarily hear a voice, but you feel something that says that you have to push on. And that you'll, at some point, you will understand. You get a feeling that you will understand if you're making the right decisions. Let's see.
Probably look
Johannes,
down
what
to
are you
find
doing
that I've
this
been
time?
gripping my rosary like crazy hard.
I'm just gonna sort of observe everything, taking what the hell just happened. Just be like, huh, a full cave of slime. That's pretty cool. Uh, Thinking about how no matter how deep I get into my elder studies, there's always something else there to surprise me, and because the world's a very interesting place. And yeah, just not use a lot of energy. Just kind of sit there, and if no one talks to me, I'm not gonna talk to anyone else. I'm just gonna stay put and sort of observe.
Johannes, go ahead and give me. Let's go ahead and say a history check first, and then based on a history check, we're going to do an insight check.
Okay. We'll do history. I
Okay.
don't know shit, apparently.
It's more you're thinking back to that entire situation, and you think back for a moment to the situation with the oozing one. It's overall a little odd to you, really, that someone would take your things and then claim that he does not want to fight with you, that they cause all this problem and things like that, that they are protecting their patron, even though the patron has not asked them to do so. Roll me an insight check now. I'm going to say with disadvantage.
All right. And how do I do that again?
Hold control and then hit
Hold
insight.
control. Got it.
Mhm.
Um,
Control for disadvantage, shift for advantage.
Oh, really? Okay.
Still really good. you start thinking it over, and it's a weird situation of like, cool, you don't talk with your patron a lot. You connect with them in some way, they deliver you your abilities, your spells, your powers, and not talking with a patron is a fairly like normal thing between a lot of warlocks. Like
Well,
patrons have
especially one
many
for the great
followers.
old one. Yeah, it's just like we're just yeah.
Exactly. Like they either don't have the time to like connect back with you every time or to like tell you exactly what to do. Like they let you go off on your own and figure out your own things and do what you need to do in their name as long as you are doing the main thing they asked of you.
Oh yeah, I don't even know if you know Dendar even knows what I am. I'm basically a parasite in my view, but
Right. And so it
yeah.
confuses you for a moment when you think about the fact that he said he was not doing this based off of his patron's orders. He was doing it because he felt it was a better situation.
Hmm.
And in your mind, somewhere he has to have known that you guys had this map. Somewhere he has to have known that taking away from you would have led you guys off the path of his patron, supposedly, or it would take you farther away from his patron. But that means it confuses you on why that should be known to him unless either he or someone else, like someone has to have been watching you at some point, or someone has to have known that you've been on this mission just like everyone else.
Well,
But
yeah, and that's what I'm thinking is why did he take the map and not just look at it? Did he alter it and did he show it to somebody? Because there was no reason otherwise for him to take it all the way over here and then just to give it back to us. You know what I mean? Like,
if you want to, you can roll me investigation checks, or you guys can look over the maps again and everything to see if it's been tampered with,
no,
if that is a
I
concern
mean,
of yours or not.
you know, I will do that actually. That's a good idea.
Yeah, go ahead and give me investigation.
Well, I'm gonna ask if I can from whoever's holding the map. Then I'll do the investigation.
It would have been Kraken because he gave it back to Kraken as you guys were leaving out. Kraken would probably have no problem of giving it over to you, and he would, as you look at it, it looks to be the exact same map. Nothing's changed about it. Nothing's been clipped off. It looks like there's nothing that's been altered in any way to like show a different route or anything like that. So to the looks of it, it's even more strange now that he just took it and didn't use it for anything.
Brandon.
That he just ran off into this random section of area and tried to seclude himself with it. And it's just more confusing to you than anything that if he's not working for his patron, like, or rather, if he's doing it in his patron's best interest, but the patron has not asked him to do it, then what made him think that this was a good idea?
Meta game question: should I know what Dendar is? I'm still lost. I mean, this is both in and out of character, because I have no idea.
In
I
character,
think-
you know, it's made a roll for it once. And you didn't know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
in character, you like
That's fair.
want you roll to like see the history
Okay.
if you knew about
Oh,
stuff
see,
like that.
what the fuck is Dendar?
His patron.
Dendar is a patron and an elder being.
Right.
Yeah. What Dendar is out of game. A giant snake primordial that basically is as old as dreams itself and eats nightmares.
Sounds like a cool guy, right? Isn't that good? Eating nightmares?
Girl.
You would think. She's
Cool
ravenous and yeah. So like she doesn't just eat night. That's sort of her thing, but she'll eat everything,
Including the
Like a
sun.
snake.
including the sun.
Oh, so it's just fucking Jormungandr.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's
To be fair, Fenrir ate
I
the
want
sun,
to
but
say
still. Whatever.
I want to say the actual they also call it Needhog because I think there's a different version of it that also like chews in the world tree. Kinda
Nidhogg
thing.
Nidhogg
sleeps
was a
when
giant worm that
Nid-
ate you when you were in
No,
Valhalla
Nidhogg,
after you went.
Nidhogg flies around the top branches of the world tree. Jormungandr slept beneath it. So
Okay.
as it
Well, I don't know
was.
why the hell one of the wikis called him Needhog then. But either way,
Shouldn't
that's
be.
that's yeah.
Nidhogg is like a dragon thing that flies around the world tree.
It's probably a mistaken title for him. Yeah. Because in the Forgotten Realms fandom, it's like the other titles: Eater of the World, Mother of the Night Parade, Needhog, the Night Serpent, Serpent Mother.
So it's
So I'm
weird
not
because
sure why
that's
they
like
put Needhog in
that's
there.
bastardizing three different Norse myths. Jormungandr is like the giant serpent that wraps around the world.
Yeah.
It brings about Ragnarok, or helps bring about Ragnarok. Fenrir is the one that eats the sun and moon and earth. So that's those two bastardized, and then just referencing Needhog just sounds weird because Needhog has no place in either. He just flies around the world tree. He's just a guy. I believe he's the one that is pissed off with the eagle that also lives in the world tree extra still
I
because
could have sworn he
Ratatosk
was
to
the one that sat on the bottom, but I'm probably wrong then, yeah.
might be okay. It's been a while since I've read because I mean I still haven't
But I
read the
think there is the
poetic
thing
edda.
with the eagle too and all that shit or whatever with like
Yeah, whoever is sleeping beneath the tree is pissed off with the eagle.
yeah, the whole like Ratatosk thing and all that bullshit or whatever.
Oh yeah, no, it is. Maybe I'm okay. Maybe yeah, that makes sense.
But he's the evil one, I think. I don't know.
Where's the dragon then? Or is that Needhog? Maybe he flies around sometimes and then goes and settles beneath them. Maybe that's what I'm getting at.
Maybe.
It's been a
Just
while.
nibble
I've
on that
got
Aegis.
yeah. So he is the dragon, Nidhogger, and the eagle, and the stags, Dane, Valentine, and Durabror.
Yeah.
Got it
Why
right. So
Forgotten
okay, so
Realms
I'm right.
makes Dendar also Needhog? I don't know.
I'm right,
I
and
think
dumb.
it's just yeah. But
Yeah,
he's a
because
colossal
Nidhogg's a
serpent that
dragon.
devours nightmares. Gee, yeah.
So I guess he
So,
flies and sometimes sleeps and then sometimes nibbles on World Tree. I guess I didn't realize it was one and the same.
Yeah.
Neat.
I don't know why they compare the two, but she's more of a snake that eats everything. So
Cool.
Yeah, so Johannes, you just keep thinking back to it, and for a bit, you just kind of get the understanding that it's weird. He had to have either followed an order from someone, or had been watching you, or had tried to figure out something. And he also said he was not of this world, so that's why his body was like in a different form than normal. So,
which that didn't phase me at all. I was okay with that. That's
right.
That's warlock shit right there.
Yeah, that happens every once in a while, type of thing. It's a
Yeah.
magical world. Shit happens.
Yeah.
People come from other planes and don't have their full corporeal bodies.
Mhm.
So yeah, just like those aspects all confuse you a bit, just to get you to a point where you keep thinking, was he watching us, or was someone else watching us and he was just following orders? And that other someone could not have been his patron if he doesn't talk to his patron.
But see, my whole thing is that he could also be following orders by giving the map back to us too. Like, why would he do that? Why even bother? Why talk to us at all? You know, I mean, why make himself known? So I'm going to be pondering a lot of this stuff while resting.
Cool. Brandon, while you were gone, we're just talking about how you guys have come up from the cave. You're in the middle of a short rest. We rolled 2 of your hit dice for you. You're back up
Just
to
one.
29
Just
HP.
one.
Just one?
Mm-hmm.
Jesus Christ.
I rolled a large 11.
You're welcome.
A very
Thank you.
big 11.
Yeah.
So yeah, Kraken, you are everybody's just kind of relaxing right now.
Mhm.
Johannes is off in one spot thinking to himself, Arastra is looking for new herbs and weed. He found one called Frost Fern that has now made his body numb and his skin turn like almost like leather and like very dry-ish.
Okay. Sounds like he's having a good time over there.
Are you saying something, Haley?
I just wanted to say, Banksy's sleeping with Fluffy now. Fluffy's back to life, but I
Aw.
did thank you very, very much for all your work in saving Fluffy before I went to sleep.
He's alive. That's awesome.
Kraken, what are you doing this short rest period?
So we just got out of the cave. I suppose I'm probably I'll just probably resting and maybe sharpening my axe.
I gotcha. What's going through Kraken's mind right now? You guys have just gotten back the map that should supposedly lead you to the druid, the journal with his notes inside of it. You guys met this creature called the Oozing One, and right now you guys are taking a short rest before making your way over there, following the map, because you decided that's not worth take a long rest right now, that you guys are pressed for time, as there are other people on this time clock that you guys are on of finding information first.
So we just got that map back, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I heard Johannes talking about the map, just looking it over to make sure it wasn't altered, and I handed it to him. Is that something that happened?
Yeah, he wanted to look at the map
Okay.
and like check it to make sure it wasn't like altered because he was very confused on
Mm.
like why the guy would just give it back to you right away without like putting up a fight or anything. So
Yeah.
he looked it over.
I'll definitely give it back too. Yeah.
That's definitely piquing my curiosity as well. I'd like to look at that with him.
Yeah, go ahead and give me an investigation check.
Right.
Can I
I'll
help?
say with I was gonna say yeah with advantage because
Oh.
Johannes is here like working on it too.
Okay. It doesn't help
13.
very much. There's not much getting through to me.
Yeah, like it's a map. You know how to read a map pretty well. Like it's nothing like that's ever been a concern for you, but it's also like a little odd because it's not that the map is like extremely different from how the island looks. It's just like it's written in almost a weirdish way. Like the markings on it show something that you've never seen before. Of like who would use this as an icon on a map. It's like some weird little marking that for a second you look at it, but you can't make out exactly what it should be. It's never a mark that you've seen before to symbolize anything important. And you just think that, cool, I see where he's headed to. I see what it is like, where the trail leads. It's off in like a distant space. It's kind of in an area tucked far on the other side of the island almost. Um, and like people would probably rarely go here as anything for any reason other than to go scope it out, see if it's worth anything, and then come back if it's not.
Okay.
But looking over the map, like it doesn't look like it's been damaged, altered, changed, or anything like that to either of you.
Okay.
So yeah, we'll say about an hour goes by, and as it does, you guys finish up your short rest.
Okay.
Yeah.
We don't have our cart anymore, so then we don't have to lug that around. I'm gonna ride. Fluffy.
We.
Yeah, I helped. I helped greatly in the lugging of around.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'm gonna mount Fluffy. Fluffy's gonna walk me around places.
Very cool. I'm also going to give you your piece of rope back so you can mend that if you need to. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, it wasn't actually my rope. I don't know whose rope it was, but I will mend it.
Yeah, whoever's
Kraken's.
rope it was. Yeah.
It was mine. Yep. I didn't trust the twine that we were going down on.
That's reasonable.
Also, can we all appreciate the fact that Kraken has now changed his name from Swift Eye Juliago to Swift Eye Thick Boy Juliago and is
Oh,
now
yeah.
Swift Eye Echo Boy Juliago?
I like it. Yeah. The change of nicknames is always welcome.
Every time
yeah.
something changes, level 4, it'll be something totally new.
So yeah, you guys pack everything up, whatever like little mess kits you may have been using for any food or knocking over coals, knock out whatever embers are left to make sure nothing catches fire, taking all your precautions, and you guys get ready to head out. Go ahead and let's give me some marching orders real quick of how you guys are going back to or starting to follow this map.
I think it's probably safe. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say that I am going to be doing my fucking best to not be lagging behind and probably push myself a little too hard to stay either in front or at least like level with whoever's leading us.
Yeah, I was going to suggest having the big guy in front, but you can't see over him, so you might want to be in front too. Just because that intimidation factor of having the really big guy in front. But but I would say either fighter or paladin should be in front for sure. I will definitely be taking up the rear or sort of midway.
I'll lead, no problem with that. But I'm playing the pipes as we go.
Of course you are. Why are your rolls always so high? Except for once. You've only been a bad player once.
I'm proficient at it. Come on.
We got the bagpipe skills. I'm also gonna be like in the middle of the pack, just looking at two heads that I have. Like I have the two hag heads in my backpack, so I just like have one in each hand, and I'm just like quizzically looking at each one, like, what one do you think is better? Is what it looks like I'm asking myself.
Got a weird patron, man. No, I'm kidding.
Cool. So you've got Kraken in front, followed by what sounds like Bagdemagus, and then Arastra, Banksy, Johannes. Was that the last order?
Sounds good to me.
Gotcha. Cool. As you guys start making your way through, it's a little into the afternoon right now. It's a little bit of a ways as well. I think what was the time period, Haley? That we said 3 hours, was it, for the trip?
To go all the way to the druid?
Yes.
That would be quite a while. Probably more like probably 6.
6, got it. Cool. So, sorry, I had not looked over the note again while I was looking for it, or rather, I didn't see the time period in the note. So it's about 6 hours journey. You guys start your trek. As you do, you move through, and a lot of trails that you guys start to follow are unimpeded. Not much of anything happening, and as you guys just keep moving, I should go ahead and roll some weather effects for us. It's a nice temperate temperature, not too hot, not too crazy, not crazily muggy. Like the atmosphere of like the forest and everything that you guys walk through makes it a little bit thick, but not cumbersome in any way. There's a few
While we're
clouds over the
walking,
sky that like. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say that while we're walking and while we're gathered together in one place and actually sort of heads together again, I'm just gonna raise my voice and say, it strikes me that we ought to be prepared for our encounter with this druid character. What is it exactly we aim to get from him? We must be of a mind in this, lest we talk in cross purposes.
Indeed. I aim to learn more about the legend of the legend itself, if he knows more about this, but also to find more information about the strange happenings around the island, namely the affliction that seems to be afflicting our beasts of burden. If he is, informed on these things.
That is rather my point. What is it we aim? What is it we believe he will know?
That is a good question.
He is our only
Believe
lead,
that-
I concede that. But
That is why I want to talk to him, because it is clear he knows things that I do not know, and I want to know these things. And there is no greater reason than that, or than just knowledge.
Indeed. Plus, I believe that he is somewhat affiliated with our friend here. I point towards Kraken.
well, indeed, I
Ah,
simply
yes.
fear he will not share your lust for knowledge, Astra.
But he might know something about the man-bear pig that has done things with Kraken's brother.
Owlbear. Yes?
Owlbear, yes, okay. You threw me off there for a second. I'm like, are we doing this? Are we doing Man Bear Pig?
I was like, I will not allow it, not even once.
I was waiting for someone to correct me.
More to the point, though, what is it exactly we wish to leverage against him?
Perhaps there is nothing to leverage, just an exchange of information.
You look like you have something to say, Haley. We're forgetting something very obvious here.
I just saw Brandon coming back. I was just gonna say, Kraken, are you gonna try to kill the druid the moment we see him? Or
Absolutely.
That is
Gonna get
slightly the
some
point I'm
information
getting
out?
to. It's like we
Yes.
need
I said more
information.
directly.
Some of us, yes. When I see sort of, I guess you're not really hiding that fact. When I see that determination, I guess, on Kraken's face, I'm going to raise my voice and say, more to the point, Astra. This druid may not share your lust for knowledge, but I fear Kraken here does not share your mind for mercy. If we need him for information, we must obtain that before
What information
Kraken
can you get from
obtains
a
his
corpse?
revenge. Well, insufficient, I
It's
should imagine.
precisely none. I do not want to resurrect the dead. That is disgusting.
I thought that was your whole thing.
On that we can agree.
No, no. Understanding death and avoiding death and practicing everything you can to avoid death. That is what I do. Raising dead is something I do not practice. That
Are you,
is
are you sure?
disgusting.
This is entirely in character, by the way. I'm just going to turn my head sharply. Are you sure you did not miss your calling as a cleric at Astra? You do realize you are speaking with a voice that is far more akin to that of a holy man than one of some back alley malign warlock.
I'm just gonna pet Mr. Billy
A
over
view
the
to
zombie face.
extending life and
I'll raise an eyebrow
preserving
at that warlock bit. Like, fuck.
and preserving and preserving life is one shared by all men of learning
Maybe,
and worldliness.
maybe not. But the fact of the matter is, I met my patron the way that I did. I have gained my powers, and well, am loyal to my patron the way that I am. I am not the same thing as a cleric. I could have been a cleric in a different life, had the Lich not. Well, had I not been put on the path to take out the Lich.
Clerics
And
of
that is a
unlife do
story.
exist, my friend, and fiends and monsters who hold unfair bargains over people can be usurped. That is the mission of myself well as many like me.
Ah, yes, but the cleric, just like you, would also have to pledge fealty to a god. Now, this is where it is more or less a difference of philosophy, I believe.
Cleric has to be chosen.
We have discussed this
Cleric
matter in
doesn't
the
get a
past,
choice.
and quite clerics must be chosen. Paladins must not only devote themselves, and as we have discussed in the past, in the case of warlocks, it is an exchange. Some matter of great importance to yourself. In exchange, you might procure power. For paladins and clerics, it is a case of devotion. It is a promise to uphold good, and in that exchange, you are afforded power. There
Well,
is
in a
no.
way, it sounds like he was chosen by his patron. So,
Indeed,
well, that
but
not make him some sort of cleric.
Chose each
no.
other.
As we have discussed in the past, in the one case you are, as sick as it is to draw these kinds of comparisons, paying for something. In the other, it is. In the one case, it is the instance of a man who is undeserving of his position, a nobleman who pays for his position in an army. He has money and wealth and something of value to the state, which he offers to it, and in return is given power and authority. In the case of a paladin or cleric, you earn your title, prove your convictions, and as long as you stand by your oaths and continue to be a loyal and good man in service of these beliefs you supposedly stand by, an honest and truthful man, you maintain that power and control. The one is buying power you do not deserve or have earned, the other is earning it rightfully in the face of your peers and those who would hold you to your oaths and promises. I prefer the latter.
I see. You might have abandoned your name, but you have not abandoned your self-righteousness. You
Nor my
speak truth.
convictions.
But
These are
you
the things
speak
which frame.
truth.
Indeed, these are the things which, well,
Now you speak
live
truth
beyond a
about
man's
being.
life.
Well, you might speak truth about buying into power. I cannot deny that this power is not something that I rightfully deserve. But what I do with this, well, is that not to be determined? Think about that. I might not deserve it, but what can I do with it? How far can I go? What can I do to help? What can I do to hurt? That is what you must look at, not whether or not I deserve, but what can I do? What am I capable of? Absent-mindedness is letting you forget that.
You may well be right, and yet no man can rightfully trust somebody who does not earn their power or position.
Who says I didn't earn it? You might not see it as me earning it, but I know what happened. I know where I stand.
I suppose that is a matter of perspective.
And my power
Did
is
you?
a part of my own heritage lineage. I deserve it because I was born in the, as a UNT. So I wouldn't say it's unearned.
That's racism. That's out of character, but that's racism.
Oh no, he's a UNT. He's a
Also,
self-righteous
that makes
dick.
it sound like you're a sorcerer. It's not dragon blood sorcerer. It's snake blood
Oh
sorcerer.
yeah, he's more or less like, yeah, being a warlock to Dendar is sort of like, I deserve it, so Dendar gives me everything because I'm supposed to get it, kind of thing. He's being a self-righteous dick, you know. But
Because
yeah, definitely making it
because
sound like a
Daddy has
sorcerer.
money and bought me a Ferrari when I was 12.
Exactly.
Okay.
For anybody who's played
Did you
Divinity,
guys-
you sound like the Red Prince.
God, you're so fucking right. Just beat that game like maybe a month ago. It was great.
That's awesome to
Nice.
hear. I still haven't got off the beginning island. I've tried like 5 times and I always drift off into another game. Sorry, totally sidelining everything.
No,
We're
you're
gonna
fine.
run,
And in
we're gonna
5.
run a group campaign of that because we can just take 4 of us. God, I wish it was more than 4 people. Just take and we can all play our own characters and mod them the way we need to.
Hell yeah.
You're right.
Dibs on tank.
And in 5, I don't know who that was aimed at exactly, but I'm not sure it really matters either. That's extremely flattering. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So as you guys keep walking through, you guys get about maybe 2.5 hours into your journey.
We still had to have a conversation about what was going to happen with the druid. That was the main
Yeah,
point.
that's a good
It's
point.
fine.
Yeah, that is by the
I'm
way.
still
Yeah, go
kind
ahead.
of like,
Sorry.
yeah, now that that's ended, I'm
Well-
still kind of like looking back at Kraken, who's like still got that face that's like, I'm gonna kill him, man.
Yeah.
I'm
I
killing
think we
man.
should both turn to Kraken and just
To
and
both
look
of
at
us, it's
him.
like, the moment we're like, yes, we just both just. What about you?
I'm just gonna hold my hand up to Kraken and just say, Goliath, Kraken, I understand your desire for blood, your want for revenge, and it is justified. However, this druid that you want to kill might have information about the whereabouts of your brother, might have information about other things. I think it best we keep him alive, at least initially. Perhaps torture is an option if we do not think he is telling the truth, but, well, we can cross that bridge when that time comes. But for now, I think we should keep him alive.
Understand that he dies by my hand and mine alone.
What if he is not responsible for the death of your brother? What if he tried to help your brother? Then what? Will you still want to slay him then?
Yes.
And why is that?
I love that. Just fucking.
Nobody
yes.
crosses me.
But did he cross you? When?
He did.
How?
Anyone that flees from the battlefield while there are still live but injured people is a traitor.
This
On
sounds
that
familiar
we
to
can
me.
agree.
I see. So, we have different strategies on battle. Well, please stay your blade nonetheless. Let us talk to him first, and we shall take it from there. We should be able to overpower him with very little problems, so let us use violence as a last resort, if possible.
No, I'm just thinking about how useful it would be to have a cleric that has speak with dead, and we just fucking kill him and start casting.
Yeah, there's a fucking thing with rogues as well. They can like capture a bit of someone's soul and then force them to speak after they've died, which is also pretty
Phantom rogues,
handy.
yeah, very cool.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I'm so tempted to just like
Or
hope
just
I roll a
necromancy.
nat 20 and like just barely kill him or like, get him close to death where he's gonna bleed out, but we still have like a minute to talk to him. That's what I'm hoping for.
Here's your opportunity, by the way, to hear from the horse's mouth of
Mm.
a paladin. Sometimes even paladins feel bad that they're in the party and kind of wish that they could just resort to the easy ways. But not sure even Bagdemagus could brook outright like necromancy or even torture. Cool with a lot of things, but those cross lines.
I mean, Mage Hand is
See, this is why
got
we
a lot
need
of.
my whip rogue, because he'd be right there with you. Like, yeah, torture.
true.
Torture's a thing.
No, we need somebody to keep
He's
us
he's a
covered.
he's an urban bounty
We
hunter,
need
man.
somebody
He's
to
a
stop us from
slaver
becoming an evil campaign.
in my history.
And it's great because Johannes is the complete opposite. He's full on like, let's torture this guy and then let him live with it. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh my god.
so
I'm more in line with that. Like, don't fuck with me type shit. This is your reminder not to fuck with me.
Well, at least we have some will come to a decision.
Besides,
seems.
think of all the fun things Mage Hand could do in torture prospectives.
I have
I
seen
don't want to know.
well and
You and I
truly
can get into a
enough
whole
of
conversation
your.
later.
Yeah.
This is some Mel Gibson shit, you know. Don't
Okay,
need it.
Brian, you were saying our conversation.
Yeah.
Stuff.
Cool. So about 2.5 hours into you guys' trek, you guys start to be continuing down a path, and you realize at one point you have to go off the path a little bit. Leads into an area that is off, like, what are they called? What's the word for like when you have a trail that's been used but only a trodden path by people, not actually one that was carved out?
Trek.
Like a game trail or something, or like a.
Almost.
I mean, trodden and those trodden by animals as well could be like a drover's trail from like shepherds and stuff.
Or the
But those would be pretty
road less
thoroughly
taken.
furrowed, actually, probably if they were proper drover's trails.
Yeah, it's like essentially just like a makeshift trail that's been made by people like not carving it out, but just like simply stepping through it so often
Yeah.
that the ground has now like sunken in on that
Worn out.
spot. Foliage has stopped growing in that one like trek type of thing. And as you guys are walking down this pathway, things start to get very confusing is the word, because you've been on a trail where cool, it's a beaten trail, it's like something that's been carved out for us, we know where this leads to the next city type of thing, we know on our map compared to this one where it goes. This one leads off somewhere, and while the path is here partially made because other people have walked it, there's no inclination of why it would be a space. It is looking as if everything is the exact same, which in a forest, cool. There may be like one or two trees that are like a little bit bigger. One that may have like a couple of like creatures who have like carved on it or used it for something and like maybe is bent a certain way. As you guys are moving, literally every tree looks the exact same. It is
How long
a
have we been
space
traveling?
and you've been traveling for 2.5 hours.
Yes.
Exact same?
Not exact, but like the feeling you get is like they look the exact same. Like you couldn't distinguish like a bunch of this stuff from like it doesn't feel like you guys are making any progress because of the fact that everything looks like you haven't like gone much of anywhere.
Can I roll
The path like
investigation?
curves,
If we
it
like,
changes a bit.
have we somehow
Hmm?
like doubled back on ourselves? Is this some kind of like weird, like enchanted forest illusion trap?
Go ahead and give me a. You guys can give me some survival checks actually.
Survival.
All right.
Doesn't really make a
Yeah.
difference, I suppose.
I was gonna assume that everything just
Survival,
looks the
nature,
same,
like
but that works.
yeah. Wait,
Come on,
which one did
Brian,
you say,
keep listing those
Johannes?
things I don't have.
Oh no, no worries. I was just saying that to me I just feel like we're just walking through something that's just so everything is so samey. You know what I mean? That it just it's gonna look the same. Kind of like we drive in a flax. It's like
I'll
a whole
give you a
hour of just
perception
trees, you know?
check, Oscar.
Fuck yeah! Average. Hell yeah.
Banksy, what do you want to roll?
Crushed it though.
Forgot I was a part of this campaign for a second.
Can't say that.
What do I want?
See, this is why I'm about to have you stop like planning stuff out. Oh,
Apparently
God.
Banksy forgot she was a part of this campaign. Just
I said
zoned
nature
out
was an
completely.
option. You went for the one that had a -1. Jesus.
She just
She's
sat
riding a
there,
robot cat
Fluffy
like,
2.0,
"I'm having a
like,
good time."
I'm never gonna let you go. I'm never gonna let you go. You're never gonna leave my side again. No more dead Fluffy.
Yeah.
Also, speaking of Fluffies, hey there, Floofer. Oh,
Kitty!
that's a
It's not a
doggo
kitty, it's a
actually.
doggy.
Very cute doggy though.
That is a very large kitty.
But yeah, Banksy just zoned the fuck out.
Hey, Yodi.
Just
Just
checked out. Not here anymore.
into Fluffy. I'm taking more of a nap. Fluffy's walking. me,
Right.
So I'm just on Fluffy, sleeping.
Yeah, Banksy just like looks to be haggard as hell right now, just from like having to be outside for more than about 5 or 6 hours at a time, as you guys had to like go through a cave,
Aw.
like get up, walk around, go through a cave, deal with all that, get up again, and like
I'm
travel all over.
450 years old and I walk with a cane. This is too much physical activity.
It's a really nice cane, though.
Time
thought
for
you were
my
riding
third
Fluffy.
nap,
Cane.
darlings.
I thought you were riding Fluffy 2.0.
She is now.
I just mean in general, I walk with
Oh,
a
shit.
cane. Like I'm a
Okay.
frail lady.
Oh, yeah. I was like, oh, when did you start walking again?
Well, Kraken crushed it, so let's try and lean on him for this one.
Yeah, Kraken, you've been around like different areas and everything. As Bagdemicus like kind of makes a concern like look or like just like a notion of it, you start to like understand like no, this is just like this is untouched area. Therefore, everything gets a chance to like just grow. And when things have that opportunity, there's very little differentiation that happens in
Okay.
certain spots.
Do I see any other footprints on the trail?
Um,
Like
Not
recent ones?
really. No, like this is a pretty much like like I said, a path that has been made by people like stepping on it constantly, but you don't see anything that like looks like it's been like walked next to or like right in a center certain spot. So you couldn't really tell if like it's been used recently or anything.
Okay.
But you guys keep following the map. As you guys are going, you all start to hear. Actually, everybody, go ahead and give me perception checks.
Right.
Woof, not feeling it today, Mr. Krabs.
Oh, phew.
But
Yep.
Kraken is.
Same with the
Kraken
rest
and
of them.
Arastra.
Kraken's rolls are Kraken.
You guys notice two things. One,
Mm.
as you're walking, the line, like the pathway becomes like a little bit more narrow. It's really hard to like see much past like the trees like up ahead, or rather above you, as far as looking through the foliage and like picking out towards the sun. There's a little bit of light coming in here and there. Nothing that's gonna like hinder you from being able to see. But what you do know is that the pathway begins to narrow a bit, and you're almost like Kraken, as big as you are, your shoulders are like hitting the sides of these trees every once in a while. It's like it's getting like a little smaller for you to like not fully get your full wingspan going, not being able to like get a full stretch like upwards in certain spots. There's like really like hanging leaves and vines in certain areas. But both of you, even though you notice this happening on the pathway, also notice that you start to hear something, and it's this audible and like kind of low humming sound, almost as if it's a.
I did not like the way that started. Oh, I do not like that sound.
There's a
And so-
troll in the dungeon.
It's only a little bit
Troll in the
horrifying.
dungeon.
And
What do you
it's not like a sound. It's not a sound that you hear that like you hear it and then it stops and then you can like hear it somewhere else. It's a constant sound that just keeps going, and you can hear it coming somewhere ahead of you.
Is it like a rising humming? Does it sound like artificial, or does it sound kind of animalistic?
It sounds almost artificial, yeah.
Okay, I didn't hear it anyway, so I don't know why I'm asking. My bad.
I'd like to send my echo as high up as I can above me to take a look and see if I can see anything up ahead.
You start to send it up, and it's kind of difficult to do so as there's like a lot of trees in the way and everything. I will say, go ahead and give me. Let's go ahead and have your echo. Let's just have it do like a little bit of acrobatics through the air to see like how it moves through like the trees and the vines and everything.
Quite well.
Echo's doing the work. It's sitting here like darting past stuff, almost Danny Phantom style, like going incorporeal for a second through like certain spots. Go ahead and give me an investigation check with advantage. Actually, investigation or perception. I'll give you your choice.
Not to
All
be a
right.
bummer, but the Echo's not supposed to be able to see anything. That's the level 7 ability that he gets. To be able
I
to
keep
Shoot.
forgetting all this shit about Echoes.
I forgot.
remember.
All
Sorry.
right. Well,
It still looks
I'd
cool
like
going
to-
in the air though.
Could I go up there and then exchange places with it, falling back onto the trees?
There you go.
Oh my god!
Alright.
See that?
One.
That's the play we want to see.
Yeah, so you
There's
yeah,
the
you
action.
swap
hurts.
places with it as it gets like above a spot on a tree. It finds a little perch. You go ahead, you swap places with it, and you're kind of like standing on the perch now yourself, and it's on the ground. You go ahead and give me either perception or investigation check with advantage now that you're like a little bit up in the air.
Okay, and that is shift to go advantage on the perception check, right?
Oh, yes, it is.
Oh no.
Oh, how the mighty fall. Speaking of fall, go give me a. Nah, I'm joking. Um, yeah. So perception 10. You kind of look off into the distance and like try to like. You can still hear the sound being made, and like your eyes peer forward, and you can make out the shape of something that's like a little bit of an oddity on the trail, but you can't tell exactly what it is. Is like the best thing you can get. It's about another probably like 150, 200 feet off. You have to feel like.
The moment Kraken disappears and like teleports away, I'm drawing my weapons. Because like he hasn't told me anything, and Kraken just
Yeah,
teleports away.
teleports
So I
into
just
the air.
draw my sword, like unthing my shield, and say I'd probably call out after Kraken.
You call it Kraken. Kraken, do you respond at all? Do you like? You definitely hear him. Like it's not a hard thing to hear.
No, I'm not going to respond at all, verbally anyway. I'm going to go ahead and after a couple minutes, I assume this is going to take a couple minutes to change places and then observe the surroundings. I want to just send my echo back down and teleport right behind Bagdemagus.
I can
Just
see
standing
the
there.
echo, right? So I can see him like trying to walk behind me.
I'm floating down from above you. Nobody says anything.
I mean, it's an echo. It doesn't have to walk. It can Gumby slide or something.
I
You
mean,
know?
he can float down, but I'm looking around for like where Kraken is.
If he's in range, he should be able to dismiss it and then like resummon it right behind you.
Yeah, totally
Yeah.
can.
Within
Yeah.
15 feet, right?
30.
Oh yeah, it has to be within
How
15
tall are
feet.
these
The
trees?
resummon is
Oh, yeah.
15 feet. The resummon is 15
Right,
feet.
yeah.
I have read
That's
so
true.
much
Here's what we'll
about
say.
so many
Here's what we'll
subclasses
say.
recently.
I'm gonna go ahead and say, even if it's not like a rule that it's allowed to do, we're gonna make it happen for this one. The Echo can give me a stealth check, and Bagdemagus give me a perception check to see if you can like spot it before it like blinks behind you.
This is only going to end poorly, and I'm going to say that right now before anything else happens.
Oh shit.
This is a good thing. I'm telling
yeah.
you right now, in character, if you had appeared
Echo
behind
goes,
me, I would have stabbed you. I would have made an attack roll and spun around and attempt to stab whatever was behind me. Whatever just
And
appeared
then we go
behind
to a
me.
TPK because we'd all be fighting
Don't
each
be
other.
so jumpy, Mr. Bagdemagus.
I refused to! Fucking Kraken teleported around and I started wheeling around and called out for Kraken and I heard nothing. This is
You
like
noticed
that
twitchy little
moment
fella.
in fucking...
Kraken teleported next to us. He attacked us.
This is
so.
like that thing in Hancock where like people get like getting whooshed out of the bank and he starts like turning around like, what's happening? Like people being teleported away. I'm not gonna be next. I'm not gonna get teleported out of here by some mystical fucking fairy thing that's making us walk through the same patch of forest again and again and again. I remind you, my nature check was terrible. I'm basically convinced we're in an enchanted forest now. Nobody said anything.
Oh, that's
True, no one
true.
did say shit.
Kraken did
This is true.
communicate that with us, yeah.
Well, no, yeah,
Yeah.
Kraken did
I'm
say,
sounding like
everything's just, looks
suspicious.
fine.
Like
yeah.
my first
Yeah.
standing on, I'm like, this ain't right. Something ain't good about this place. And then people start teleporting away.
Okay.
Yeah, Bagdemagus like the echo's moving around here and there and like tries to like blink out and then like reappear like very silently, but your rabbit trained ears are just like perked up on like constantly head on a swivel. Like if your eyes are here and your ears are here, like you've got almost a 180 like
Yeah.
vision, like not vision, but like
I
a
have that
180
prey
field of like
vision,
perception.
man. Like it's like,
Yeah.
wham, like right out there,
Exactly. Your ears are getting like
like a
good
fish.
little bit of area. Your eyes are getting something, and yeah, you like hear it like as silently as it is, still like a little shows up, and like you hear it come behind you, and you turn immediately to see the echo just like standing there right behind you.
Can I
I was
exchange
gonna
places
stab the
with it
echo,
at this
but
point?
I'm not gonna do that
Yeah.
because I don't know how it works. But you can
I'm
destroy
just
the echo.
gonna. So you've got your weapon drawn, Bagdemagus, right?
For sure, yeah. My weapon, my shield out. I'm
Okay.
probably gonna like relax it when I see it's just your fucking image again. But like, yeah, like
Well,
nobody
as soon
said
as I reappear, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna pat you on the head and say, "You're a twitchy little fella, aren't you?"
an armed one. Yes. I'm gonna sheathe my sword, slightly harumphing, bat your hand away, and say, I advise you be a little more twitchy in unfamiliar circumstances and take this expedition a little more seriously. Men have died for less.
I'm just gonna turn away from him and address the rest of the group, without even responding, and just let him know that I see something a couple hundred feet off in the distance that seems to be making this noise. I wasn't able to perceive what it is, but it is on our path. We are headed straight for it.
Okay.
Shall we
Alright.
continue then?
You guys start continuing down your path. As you guys get closer to it, you guys see this giant thing. Everyone go ahead and give me some history checks real quick, actually, to see if you can piece out what this is before I start describing it.
Right.
Yeah.
We like our history.
Kraken and Bagdemagus, you're not exactly sure what this thing is. You just see a giant hunk of metal, a section of like large amounts of screws inside of it. It's making this like low, like constant like noise, like mumbling noise. And as it drones on, you kind of just like look at it and it's just gigantic. Like Kraken, this thing like stand like as it sits and everything, it's like rounded, it's like huge. It sits and rather it stands like up almost to your chest is about how big it is. And just like blocking the entirety of your path pretty much.
Sorry, what is this thing?
You're not exactly sure.
What does it look like?
However, Johannes, you have like a vague recollection of just like hearing about different mechanical contraptions that were made and like used for bits and pieces of like just being like really large sections of if they made like a constant noise, either being like droning sounds or things that like annoy creatures or drive them away or like keep them from a certain area. And you think maybe this is what that is, but at the same time, I can't really tell.
Like an audio
Um,
scarecrow, like those things that keep bats away
Oh.
from nesting in certain
Yeah,
areas.
some kind of repellent. Yeah, sound
Yeah.
repellent is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, that's what you think
So
it is.
some
I find it
sonar thing,
repulsive.
yeah.
It's really annoying. That sound.
Yeah. Arashtra and Banksy. Arashtra, you know this because you've studied things that would lead to the demise of many creatures all at once, because that's a thing you study every once in a while and look into. Banksy, you, having worked on many magical contraptions along with mechanical, would recognize this right away as um, a giant bomb.
Excuse me?
Okay.
Banksy, you'd notice this thing and you'd have like instant understanding of this is a magical bomb that is designated to, when it's moved, will instantly explode.
Out of interest, has anyone seen Pink Panther? The Pink Panther, the movie?
Yes.
Or any of like the old TV show, not like the not the movie. The old TV show but not the cartoon. It was a live action TV show thing.
Yes.
The fucking guy who plays the detective and the way he says "bam" every time a bomb shows up, as it inevitably does in that show. That fucking accent. That's exactly what I think of when I see this giant fucking cartoon mechanical bomb.
Oh,
Bam!
Speaking of accents, has anyone seen the video of Scottish people saying "purple burglar
Yes.
alarm"?
Yes. That's very funny. Okay, magic bomb that blows up when moved. Can we just walk around
wait.
it?
So I don't clock that it's a bomb. I just
I would say,
Yeah, I
clock-
don't
Arashtra,
clock
you
this
clock
bomb, I
this
guess.
too. Just
I was gonna say
Banksy's understanding of it is much more in. I'll say much more in depth because she's worked with things like
Yeah.
and has had like an understanding of
Yeah,
why
you're
these
probably
things
like
exist and who
mechanical
made them.
contraption bad.
I'm just like Bush. I'm just like, oh shit, this is a WMD right here.
Yeah, you see it and you're like,
I
oh,
don't
someone
wanna
told me
know
one
what
time
you
about
think.
like a contraption that could be used to destroy an entire city at once if need be.
I'm just telling you right by the way, right away my Bagdemicus' instinct was to jam this mechanical contraption, so I am like warily stepping forward with like a javelin ready to like jam up the mechanical
Okay.
mechanism. I'm assuming one of you goes to stop me.
Yeah, no, like I start communicating this immediately. I'm like holding my cane out.
I'm
Like-
just gonna like shout,
Together.
stop.
Could I just
Okay.
turn to Banksy and ask why this cat doesn't have
Shove
legs?
this thing.
It's purring. Why doesn't it have legs? I don't understand.
It looks
I'm-
exactly like your cat.
To blow up.
I've got like straight up fear in my eyes right now, and I'm just gonna shout, "Stop! Do not get any closer. This is not something we need to be trifling with. This is something we need to be very, very far away from right now.
I take it that it is dangerous.
I don't think dangerous is a very good way to describe it. It is much more than that.
Well, let's not talk. Let's move
This
then.
is. I think we should go back
Sheath
the way
my
we
javelin.
came.
I'm gonna walk past that thing and keep going.
No,
Does anyone
um,
recall another path that we could have gone down? I
So-
seem to remember this is a singular path.
So what?
So-
Can we not make
what
it
about
fast?
the path that we were on? What happened to it?
Let Brian go first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
very
so
confused.
the path you guys are on, like you can continue down the path. The only thing is this thing is in your way, and the situation you understand is like you can't move it, but you can like move around it. As long as you don't like try to physically move it itself, you're fine by like any physical means. Like don't try to pick it up and heft it or like roll it around somewhere. Don't pretty much avoid touching it at all cost. Like laying a hand on it probably won't do anything, but applying pressure, the moment you do that, that will probably end up doing something that you will regret later on. But you know you can
Okay.
try to find a way to move around it.
Very
Just the
shortly
difficulty is
later
right
on.
now is that you guys like the path is so narrowed right now and thick with foliage and trees everywhere that moving between like space is a really hard thing.
Which fucking psychopath put a fucking wall bomb on this fucking path for the next inconvenient traveler? I mean, maybe it's like someone fucking with us who knows us specifically, but which fucking lunatics fucking Looney Tunes Daffy Duck plan was this?
I'm going with Eagle Boy.
Yeah,
Thought
I'm
that-
thinking so
that-
too. What a fucker. Also, just generally, this entire situation, I'm loving it, but also it's just picturing it as the funniest thing.
Brian,
Okay.
Brian, was the
Oh.
path that we were on
Oh.
initially before like this off-beaten path, was that like just totally blocked or something like that? Or were we not
Oh,
able
boy.
to like try to find a way to navigate around just the obstacle, or did we have to take this path? Because where I'm going with that is I want to like walk back and try to find a way around the obstacle to stay on the regular path.
Everyone go ahead and roll me some either investigations or perception checks real quick.
Please, God,
Alright.
not put the investigation.
Oh,
While I do that, I am going to ask Banksy.
My
to ask her,
God, slow the fuck down, Kraken. Jesus.
like,
Although earlier today, I was savage. I had some
yeah,
brutal
never mind.
rolls.
I'm not asking nothing.
Haley
I'm
cast
just
her
in
Can
awe.
I do investigation?
I said perception or investigation, yeah.
Haley cast her first major spell of our campaign, hit 3 people. I rolled my saving throws and rolled nat 20, 18, nat 20. And just saved the shit out of her first spell. Which is really, really anticlimactic.
that's
I'm
a
really
bummer.
sad. Yeah. I feel guilty as hell. Perception.
Bagdemigus, you want to roll me a
Yeah,
perception
so I'm
or
trying to
investigation
find
check?
my flippin' perception. Yeah, not investigation. Oh yeah, you know what? Not bad at all.
So let's see. Johannes, you don't really catch anything about the situation. You're just like, okay, it's annoyingly loud is the first thing you're hitting up. Bagdemigus, Arastra, you both like hear the whirring and the sound of it start to get a little bit louder as you're all talking a bit of like what it is and like the history of it. You Bagdemigus, you probably in person, like in character, start saying what the fuck and who and why would make this type of thing, like getting just like a little like huffed about it. And Arasha, you start talking about like how dangerous it is and how just like absolutely like critical is that you don't like you get as far away from it as possible. Banksy, you clock the fact you start looking over this thing. As dangerous as it is, Banksy has a mind for figuring out mechanics and seeing these things. And you start to see at one point, looking over it, you've seen designs for this probably at one point in your life. You have, if not seen designs for it exactly, seen schematics, like beginning interpretations of it. And it didn't have these 3 little like pieces that you're seeing on it at one point, as it's like, it sits there, it whirls, it has like a little top to it, not like a spinning top or anything, but just like a little like lid where like you could like load in gunpowder or something like that. And you notice like it's like three little dots that like just don't look right to you. And Kraken, you look at it, and as you look at it, you're like, it's odd that these screws are moving for no apparent reason. And as it's like moving, Kraken, you see an eye on top of it. Or sorry, not on top of it, but like you see one of the what seems like a screw start to open and squint just a small bit, and you clock it as being an eye. And then like the moment you clock it, it immediately tries to shut itself back.
This thing is alive. This thing is a living bomb that is coming for us. I just saw
Oh,
it blink at me.
It's a bomb. Okay.
All the more reason we should
And-
leave.
I have a question for Banksy and Rasta, since you seem to be so knowledgeable of these things. What would you think the range of this bomb is?
Far. Very
Big.
far.
Far.
If it fills a pathway, I mean, big.
No.
30
I
square miles.
have I encountered gunpowder in my time in the military? Is gunpowder a thing that the Leopoldai would have used?
You probably wouldn't have any on you because you didn't use a lot of guns or
No,
anything.
I
it was just
wouldn't
never
have
your forte.
personally, but is it a thing I would have encountered at all? Were gunpowder weapons or explosives a thing used at all?
Yeah,
Would I
you
have
would have you would have been like on ships
Okay.
at some point. You
I
would have had
wasn't
to
sure
fire
how
cannons.
common, like, that kind of thing was. Okay, so I may have some
Not
understanding
super
of-
super common, but yeah, you would have been in contact with it from time to
Okay.
time. Just like a developing island like this one would not have a whole lot of it.
So where exactly do I stand in relation to the bomb? And how does the bomb work into like the other
If we're
part
still
of the
just sort of
path?
surveying it, I will say
Can-
that when
can-
you say it's
Kraken.
living,
I would say yeah. Does Craig say it's living out loud?
yeah, because I'm gonna
Yes, absolutely.
latch onto that.
I spoke out of turn saying that it was a bomb because nobody's actually said that out loud yet.
Yeah,
I just
that
said it was very scary.
my fucking
But I'm
eyes.
definitely saying it just blinked at me.
It's alive. Does it understand us? Can it hear? Can it speak? I'm gonna turn and address the bomb. Do you speak? Can you understand us? The common tongue.
Only when spoken to.
Ah, charming.
Andy?
And
If anybody else has
what
watched Red
might
versus
I
Blue.
address you as? I'm gonna step forward to the, because I'm still like 5 feet away from the bomb. I was ready to jam a spear in the damn thing, so I'm like turning fully to face it. And what might I address you as?
I've never been asked before. I believe you can call me. And you see, like, as it's like making this sound, it's like coming essentially from where you perceive it to be the top of it. And
Little
like
sunlight
the
dustbin
three
that it-
slow screws.
Boom, boom, boom,
More or
boom.
less, yeah, like that's happening. Like it's like raising like its top a little bit, like here and there, like as it moves. And you see like the three little screws that cracking. You clock one of them, all start to open, and eyes all form on it that all start to like peer on the Bagdemagus.
Can
It
I
starts
Kool-Aid
looking
Man
over-
run through these trees? Can I just like
That's I was wanting to do that too, so I'll just follow behind you.
Hold on. You see, he says, "You can call me Harry."
Harry.
What are you?
Well, I am charmed to meet you, Harry. My name is
Are you not running through the
Bagdemagus.
trees?
Let's say, yeah. Do you want to break through the trees a little bit? I'm gonna a hard athletics check to just burrow through trees, or if you're just like breakneck speed running as hard as you can, like get past them, give me an athletics check. It's gotta be high, otherwise you're taking a little bit of damage as you go through. You could like try to maneuver your way through them. Give me an acrobatics check, like slide your way through and like go. Fuck. Okay.
It's the Legolas
no,
shit.
athletic. Dang it! I was gonna only follow him if he was gonna juggernaut his way through, but if he's just like
That's
weaving through the
absolutely
trees-
what I'm doing. Juggernaut.
Wholeheartedly what he's doing. He rolls a nat
Oh, yeah.
20, he gets a
Oh,
20.
So
Jesus fucking Christ. Okay.
okay.
You see, he says, "You can call me Harry." The moment Kraken hears that, steps like takes his greatsword, goes and cuts down like a couple of different like foliage pieces, finds like a slight bit of opening, and just starts taking his greatsword or great axe and just like going absolutely through the fucking walls of this thing, like through the foliage, cutting a new path around it, pretty much.
As he does that, I'm gonna keep addressing him, and say, "Well, I am charmed to meet you, Harry. My name is Bagdemagus. Um, you can simply call me Bags if you'd prefer.
Really?
Not now." I'm gonna sideways look at you and just say, "Not now," quietly, and then sort of return my attention to him and say, "Well, Harry, my friends inform me that you might be dangerous in some way. Harry, I'm one to believe that."
Extremely dangerous.
So
I'm.
we have a
My
talking
kind
bomb.
have been around for eons.
What are you then?
You see his eyes like start to all like not start looking at one thing. It peers at Bagdemagus, one eye peers at Arastra, and one eye peers at Johannes, and says, "You mortals all call us bombs, I believe you said. Some others call us parting gifts. Some call us what was it that one man? Ah, the great equalizer.
So the way that Kraken is running right now, is he like running deeper into the forest? Like
Kraken is taking in fully like as if you were a man with a pickaxe going through a mountain, taking a sword through trees and trying to cut a new pathway out.
where is
Just
that?
fully around it.
Just curving around him, I assume. That's
Where
kind of
is
what I was going for.
where exactly is that in relation to, deeper into the path past beyond
Yeah,
the
he's going
bomb?
like down the path you guys were going, just like he's like essentially if the path was I'm gonna do it on the screen real quick. If the path was here, he's like going around this way type of thing.
Just
So
like
he's going deeper into the
carving
forest,
his own
following the
fucking.
So basically, what I'm understanding is he's going deeper into the forest, carving his own path, but it's still like basically on the same path that we were on, just like in a slightly
Mhm.
different way.
It's trying to
like a
curve
slight
back
curve
to
curving
you.
back
track
onto
thing.
it.
Running after him,
Just to
and I'm just gonna
circumvent it.
shout. I'm just gonna shout, "You motherfuckers, best follow me. This is not gonna end pretty. We need to find out who left this here and why. This will not end well if you stay."
I'll say, well, Harry, you seem like an intelligent bomb. I would ask
Creature.
you,
They prefer creature. Maybe.
well,
Maybe.
an intelligent entity, regardless
There we
of
go.
what it is you would rather label yourself. And so I would ask, what is it you want? I should
I'm
imagine
just gonna shout. Being. The word you're looking for is being.
being entity. I don't want to put labels on this thing. Entity. Yeah, I was kind of thinking to myself,
As you
bomb,
as you
bomb
say
self.
as you say what does he want? He says, well, I was sitting in the outer planes and for some reason I was teleported here. I can't exactly say why, but I'm not sure my purpose right now.
And what purpose were you serving in the outer planes? Was it for storage?
Essentially, yes. From time to time, a god will just pluck us from the outer planes and place us in areas where intervention need be set down, essentially.
And how long have you been in
Normally,
this position?
oh, maybe about 8 minutes. Roll me an insight check.
Oh, good fucking Christ.
This thing is definitely
All
here
of us?
specifically for us.
Yeah, anybody who's listening to this conversation, go ahead and roll me an insight check.
How close am I to Kraken?
You're on Kraken's ass at this point, in my opinion. Like you're trying to, as Kraken's carving
Pushing
a
me
path.
into it.
Yeah, as Kraken's carving a path, you're just pushing his back, being like, just keep going.
Can I try to jump on his back?
I mean, you can.
Don't jump
Give
on
me
my back.
Uh,
Start cutting yourself.
I have no idea how long
I
it's
have-
been.
Yeah,
You don't
Kraken-
know what's going on with me right now yet. Yeah, that's not happening with anything.
Sorry,
I'm not
is
cutting
Banksy
anything.
still here
Hmm.
with us? I'm gonna lean back and say to Banksy quietly, Banksy, dearest, perhaps now would be the time to start imagining if that expansive and greatly capable mind of yours can think of a way to defuse this thing in case the situation gets any worse. And turning back to Harry, I will say, well, Harry, that does beg the question. Is there anything one can do? Your explosiveness. Well, Harry,
I don't
your
have explosive.
explosiveness. Is there any way that you might not explode in 8 minutes?
Oh wait, you asked when he's gonna explode?
Oh, sorry, is that not what you said? I thought that was what you were asking. You said 8
No,
minutes.
he said he's been here for about 8
Oh,
minutes. That's what I heard
thank
you-
God! I thought you were saying in 8 minutes he was about to
No.
explode. I was like,
I'm
okay.
sorry, I heard you
cool.
ask how long have you been here?
No, I thought no.
That's what I heard, yeah.
So I thought like it was like how long are you gonna be here? I totally missed that. I started like his heart just sort of raced, like skipped. He was like, oh, I see. Stay calm then and ask the right questions. Perfect.
Yeah,
Fine.
no, he's
Lovely.
been here, like existed in this
Cool.
spot right here for
Cool.
8 minutes.
Fine. Lovely.
Ask him if he can move on his own as I'm chopping.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. So, Harry, what is it you want, though? You say that is your job to explode, but is it what you want? You seem like an intelligent creature, one that entity or being, one that does not wish to cease to be.
Oh no, I want to explode.
Ah,
When we do, we become an infinite part of the cosmos. Every bit of our intelligence and mind becomes one with the expansive universe. When my time to go goes, then I will be with all other intelligent life form whisking throughout the stars.
humour me then, Harry. How do you know this? It seems like an extraordinary bit of information. Yes, if
Well-
anyone is prescient enough, I'm going to take the atheist line as a deeply religious character.
As you ask that question, he
Nothing
says,
wrong with that.
well, you spoke of it, or you called me your
Harry.
explosiveness. That title is reserved for King Bob-omb, actually.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
no. My
the
mistake, Harry.
the great expansive equalizer of the stars.
My mistake, Harry. How is it you know, however, that you are to be combined with the cosmos when it is that you die? That sounds like an extraordinary bit of information for you to have come across.
It is the legend told to us by not only several gods, but King Bob-omb himself. And back to Kraken's question that he was asked was, and yes, I can move on my own. You see that as he says that, his entire body starts to spin, like the entire base bit of him, like starts to
Right.
spin around in like a clockwork motion. And as it does, four little like legs is not the word you use, but four little
Spider
like
appendages.
small little like appendages like start to rise up and start to split out just like a small bit as it's like kind of tight around here. And he says, "This is a very cramped space, but I can do this," and starts taking and pushing himself up and over, like not over the trees, but like as far high up as he can, like tearing through foliage as he is moving, and starts to like raise up a bit and goes back down and he goes, I can walk forwards, backwards, raise up, go down. We are able to do many things. But I was not designated to explode, nor was I designated to come here by any of the gods. They normally give us a bit of notice before they pluck us from the storage, as you say.
Well, that is interesting then, Harry. If it is the gods themselves that say that your destiny is to join the great expanse when you explode, and that is a desirable outcome as it readily appears to be, but you do not believe you are sent here by a god, is it possible, however unlikely it may be, that you were sent here by not a god, but another being which wishes to see its own ends wrought, and that perhaps if you were to explode not in fulfillment of the wishes of the gods whom have assured you that a great afterlife awaits you, that you might not achieve this desirable great afterlife. You see, I'm a religious man myself and take my vows to my gods very seriously.
And with that, you hear a giant blast in the background.
Excuse
Right.
me?
Um. You hear a giant blast in the background. All too familiar to you. Arashra casting his Eldritch Blast and just like blasting through trees to carve out a new pathway.
Yep.
My head, like,
As is
I'm
happening.
cradling my nose. If I live to see the dawn, I will teach that man some lessons.
As you guys are all talking to it, it goes, roll me a persuasion check with advantage real quick,
Eh!
Bagdemagus. As you're trying to, what are you exactly trying to get it to do, or like tell it? Like,
I'm
are
more
you
just trying
really
to get
like
it to.
meant to explode?
I'm trying to get it to maybe open its mind to the possibility that, especially because it said itself. I'm not even really saying anything itself, but it said it wasn't sure that a god sent it here. And if a god didn't send it here, does it really want to blow up at all on this mission that a god didn't send it on? Because it might not get its eternal reward if it doesn't do what the gods who promised him an eternal reward are going to do. So maybe he doesn't want to
Yeah,
blow
go
up.
ahead and roll me a persuasion check with advantage real quick. Not even a high DC. We're gonna call it
God,
like
I
DC
wish
12,
I had
13.
persuasion instead of intimidation right now. This is a bomb. Oh, hell yeah, though.
Oh, nice.
Um, as you say that to it, it goes, well, I didn't want to blow up without my first objective being told to me. I just know I will at some point. But I do choose when that happens unless someone decides to get too handsy.
Bagdemius was thinking about laying a hand on reassuringly. He retracts that hand.
As
He was gonna he
says
was gonna
that, I'm
say
just
it
gonna grab
beforehand.
onto
He was gonna like
Arastra.
warn him beforehand, but he wasn't gonna just like slap it on. He was gonna say, if I might, there, Harry. But he's not gonna do that. He's gonna pull his hand back, sort of sheepishly, sort of brush his pant leg and say, well, uh, that is incredibly honest of you, Harry. Devotion to the gods and to a greater cause than oneself is a noble aspiration, and neither
He says
I nor
actually, as you like roll a persuasion check, he says, and since I wasn't sent here on an exact mission, you are a religious man, correct?
oh indeed, deeply so.
Well, let's make a little bit of a deal. I can raise as high as possible to let you and your friends through. In return, you must ask at some point of your god to figure out if he can put me back into my place until a mission is given to me.
Harry, on my oath to my god, which I say to you is the most dear thing to me in my life, I promise you I will do this.
Well, thank you, friend. And it's okay if it takes some time. I know how fickle the gods can be with getting back to you with the answers.
Indeed. However, I might also add that with you having been so understanding, well, I might hope that in the future, if the fickle nature of the gods see fit, that my god's designs might line up in such a way that we might meet. I give like a smile briefly, one more time.
Well, we could both meet your god right now.
Oh no, I'm in no rush, Harry. And as
You,
I
you
said,
see you see the moaning sound
you hear like
gets
a
louder,
whistling.
but not the whirring sound gets louder for a second, and you fully feel like this thing's about to blow up is like what your mind thinks, but then that's just the sound of like the lid opening and what seems to be some type of laugh comes out as he makes the statement. Just a joke, friend. Just a
Bags,
joke.
I was gonna say beforehand, even after Bags is putting his everything into keeping a warm, comforting, I'm not afraid of you because we're just friends here smile on his face. But there is definitely like that moment of, oh god, why did I say that? Like that. But
Yeah, yeah, very much giving me first episode of Mandalorian vibes where the robot keeps on trying to blow himself up, and he's like,
But
no,
he,
stop.
yeah, inclines his head slightly and says, very good, Harry. In that case, I would pass by, as would my friends, and I will ensure that we find respite, and a chapel that I might commune with my God, to see you sped towards this future you so desire.
Well, when everyone's time comes, everyone's time comes.
Oh, indeed.
And I've been around for. Oh, the insight rolls you guys made earlier. This thing, when saying it had been here for 8 minutes, you guys like even when like 8 minutes ago would have probably heard this sound, so you don't have any like strong connection that it's been here for that long. You feel like it has no sense of actual time, so at least like not in a short sense. So for him, 8 minutes could be 8 hours, it could be 8 days, it could be 80 years. Like the short term for him, because they've existed for eons, doesn't compute. So he's like, I've been around for 200 minutes.
He's like an explosive ent.
Can we get an update on how far Kraken has gone?
Yeah,
Oh,
let's-
Kraken is like a full like 50 yards down already. Kraken
my
has
God.
not
Yes.
stopped.
Have I
Like-
got back on the trail at this point then?
If you want to, yeah.
Like we're
Yes.
going
Because
around.
at a certain point, like you could have made like a really
Yes.
quick, like little, like small dip around
Oh my
this
God.
thing, but you were like, you know what? Take the safer route to not even get close
That
to
is
it.
somehow funnier that like Kraken was just so determined to push the path through the forest. He's like, no, fuck the path, just keep going forward, just move.
Towards the giant thing I saw in the distance, and
Yeah.
never mind this goddamn bomb.
Amazing.
Yeah, I'll get back on the path and just watch from a distance. I am curious, but
I haven't
You
stopped.
cut out there
laughing
for at the end,
yet.
Johnny, but yeah. So yeah, it raises up like farther, pushing away the foliage on top of it and everything, and gives a pathway for you guys to continue down your normal path, or just take the one that Kraken made you at this point.
When I cross over to the other side and like Harry begins to descend back down, I'll turn to one side to reveal the pauldron with like the symbol of Lathander, the god of dawn, like sort of stamped into the scripture that I have emblazoned there, and say, Harry, I would have you know, as I said, I'm a man of my word. This is the symbol of my god, Lathander, god of dawn, light, and life. If truly I have done my duty and informed Lathander, I would hope that it is him you meet that brings you onto your right path. I would have you know that.
Yeah. You see you can't see it, he thinks, but his because his eyes are on the
No,
other way now,
I
but
contest. We can see the cogs whirring, literally.
yeah, fair enough, yeah. You see and he goes, "Ah, Lavender. I've seen him pluck one or two of us from the cosmos and use us for his bidding to cleanse a unholy situation from time to time. He seems like a nice person."
I should imagine that when you and yours do indeed explode in righteous good cause, it is in of itself a dawning of a sun of its own. Good fortune to you, Harry. I hope you set on your path soon. I raise a
I'm
hand
going
and
to
begin to turn and head down the path.
gonna pass under the bomb, Fluffy, and once I get over, I'm just gonna put a cookie on the ground. Uh,
Like underneath him, as he comes back down, it touches his base.
just thought of-
Bang!
Oh
You
no!
see, as he comes
No,
down,
I'm
the cookie
doing
is just entirely crumbled
offering.
and crushed,
Not,
and it's
not
No,
below him.
she doesn't place it underneath. She does
God,
not.
not below him.
Just in case, like the pressure plate underneath.
Just
yeah,
next
no,
to
no
his-
pressure plate that's like gonna
next
cause
to
it to
his
explode. Just like
offering.
it would have fully crushed it. But yeah, no, you place a cookie down and like as like right in front of where he would be standing, and he says, "If only I had a mouth."
I just say, Brian, I think this
Oh.
is my favorite voice of yours. I've had a lot of your voices. I think this is my favorite, and not to demean any of your other voices, but by a long way. I love this voice. This is like some Disney shit, and I fucking love it.
Can we make him a main
This is more or
character?
less Eeyore, yeah.
Yeah,
This is my
no,
Eeyore
yeah,
voice.
exactly. It's like Eeyore, but somehow with this giant mechanical beast with no mouth, and like that it's a bomb, a living bomb that's kind of happy to explode. It's just perfect. This is incredible. I need this to show up in every campaign somehow at some point. This needs to be a feature, like coming from the outer planes. Hey again, it's me, Harry. Still haven't exploded yet.
My joke characters are always way better than my serious characters. I will admit to this.
Oh boy.
So yeah, you guys continue down your path, and at
Wait,
this
wait,
I
point,
wave.
oh,
Some
go ahead.
stuff just happened you gotta address. Just in chat. Harass was
Oh.
trying to jump on Kraken's back.
Yep.
Kraken's unwilling.
Let's see. Let's go through the chat real quick and see this. I'm gonna say it out loud just so everyone can understand what's happening.
It
Because
was
no one,
amazing.
I don't know if chat can see them or not.
That was truly
Um,
special.
just a long conversation of Kraken trying to stop a rasher from blowing up trees next to a bomb.
Yep.
Mhm.
Johannes walking down the other path with him. So only Bagdemagus and Banksy are walking down the original path. The other three of you are like walking around the side. Johannes watching the interaction go, but like keeping a distance as best you can. And yeah, Kraken walking down, and after going on the path, Arashtra jumping onto his back or trying to. And this is my favorite interaction right now. Arashtra, Kraken, can I jump on your back? Kraken, no, you nasty leatherback.
He called
I'm
you
going to try
Lingbacker.
anyway. Okay, so Arashtra, you take an athletics check of 7. Kraken, go ahead and give me an athletics check, an opposed one, just to see if you can stop him from jumping on your back.
We already know how this is going. Yep, there we go. Yep.
Yeah, you can actually like the moment that he gets on your back, you slam him into a tree, or you can take him and just like as he goes, you know he's already going for it, and just full judo flip him onto the ground. Your choice.
I judo flip him into the tree.
That is also happy middle ground. You take
Alright,
and like the
okay.
moment he goes, you grab him. You go ahead and flavor for me how this happens real quick.
So I imagine he's gonna kind of throw his arms out to try to throw himself on my shoulders. I'm just gonna grab with one hand both of his arms, and just kind of continue his momentum into this tree stump or this tree right behind me. You know, just trying to aim for like the middle of his back to crack this tree. Not to hurt him, just to discourage him from doing this again.
Yeah, no, go ahead and give me a sleight of hand check to try to see how well you control this and don't break his back.
Oh shit.
Okay, good.
You do pretty well. So yeah, Arashtra, you see that as he does it, he whips your body around and then takes and pulls your arms back just enough that like your back slams into the tree, but like in a way that, oh, you definitely feel it. But thank God, he pulled you back at the last possible second.
Oh, so you like it rough, I see.
Very.
Hmm. I'm just gonna keep on trying to walk then. But I'm looking for that back. I'm waiting for the opportunity.
We can keep going all day with this. I can keep throwing you into the nearest tree.
And he's gonna keep trying.
So as you guys are doing that,
He has that plus HP, man.
as you guys are going down the richest path, I think it's a good spot to take a little bit of a break for a minute.
All right.
Sounds good.
All right.
And just a break a couple 100 feet away from a giant bomb. I like it.
Yeah, just sit down.
Yes.
Have a nice time.
I'm gonna say to everyone, I don't think Harry will be a threat to us. Got like a sort of small serene smile on my face. A few seconds later, another complete stranger runs into Harry and kicks him out of anger, not understanding what he is.
I was so tempted to use the Echo Knight and just shoot a crossbow bolt through him
Oh.
at Harry. You have no idea.
At whatever
I know,
range you could
he blows
accurately
up cities. I
Yeah, I
want
was
you
gonna
to
say,
understand
at
this.
whatever range you could
Okay.
accurately shoot a crossbow bolt, 30 additional feet when you swap places is not far
Hey.
enough.
Okay, all right, but I understand what you're saying, but I can summon the Echo Knight at 15 feet. I can move myself 30 feet, and I can move him an additional 30 feet before my turn ends. I can attack through him.
That's true, but we're talking hundreds. We're talking hundreds.
Also,
of feet. You're
also,
talking tens.
yeah. Also, I don't think you can summon and swap at the same time.
Johnny can't hear a thing you're saying right now. Sorry.
Like discard and swap at
Oh,
the same
sorry.
time.
There
I
you
was just saying, I've got 120 feet range with my Eldritch Blast, and I'm not gonna
go. Yeah.
no.
You're not gonna risk it.
You won't
Yeah.
take
ain't
bets on
fucking with a
that.
city killer.
Yeah, we're good. We're good. We made it past. We're okay.
Plus, he has a sense of humor. He's sentient. I think we did okay. You know?
Literally,
Yeah.
this campaign would just end with Brian slapping a big cartoon explosion sticker over where it is on the map, and it's like, okay, well, that's the end of that campaign. It was fun.
Mm-hmm.
Population of this island reduced to like a handful. Oh my god! And then we immediately start our next campaign. D&D setting Fallout, baby.
I love it.
The
I'm so
people
in.
surviving on that
Solid
island.
move.
But please, can I be
I'm
Harold,
just
but
saying,
also this
kill
Goliath?
Harry, D&D Fallout. I'm just saying. Alright, I'm gonna be right back. I'm getting some drinks for myself.
Me too.
I'll be back
Right
as well.
time.
Can I summon a
Quick time.
car
Guys
if it's in
chat
Fallout?
and-
If in Fallout, yes.
Perfect.
I like Harry.
Harry was fun.
Yeah. Reminds me, one of my friends did a. My friend Chris is running his game, his D&D game, a few years back, and he had a sentient talking mimic named Snappa, and he was great. He just wanted to eat things and like to hang out in like other planes of existence. But
Man, that's
yeah,
all you want to do sometimes as a mimic. Just sit there and eat.
but he was Snappa, and he was great.
I assume you've watched some Team 4-Star at some point, right? I feel like we had that conversation.
No,
No?
I don't know what that is.
They're the people who make Dragon Ball Z Abridged, and
Oh, right, okay, yeah. I've never seen Dragon Ball Z Abridged, but I've seen a little bit of the Slap on Titan. I think it's the same thing.
that might be them as well, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe. But yeah, no, they do a D&D playthrough of an original campaign that they wrote one time,
Nice.
and I watched all of it. It was great. It was fun. And actually, there was a homebrew class that the DM made where mimics were a class of fighter.
Interesting.
So like essentially like the mimic was a monster, yes, still, but it had like the stats of a fighter that got like special attacks on, like made his own thing, which I think they were contemplating for a period of time making a playable, or if not a playable character, but like an NPC that was viable and a monster that could be created.
Like a mimic kind of race almost.
Almost, yeah, like a mimic race or like a mimic like fighter enemy who you could take. And it's like, God, I wish I could go find a description of it again, but I think it was like debated on if they were going to accept it or not, and like if it was going to be put into Cobalt Press at one point.
Okay.
It was either that or Wizards of the Coast just like talking about it and was like, yeah, this might be a thing that we do. Let's go ahead and look at it some more. It might be a couple, like maybe a year or so before we come back to it on like the full understanding of it. But it was an interesting little thing. Like they had fed, like he had gotten attacks where he would like be able to eat things, and if he killed an enemy by eating them, he would gain temp HP, which he could then expend and go ahead and deal extra damage with.
I like that.
Yeah, it was an interesting little class.
I feel like that's something I'd like to explore, like an ooze type player race. Almost.
Yeah, there's like so many things that you can still do. Like as expansive as D&D is, it's like there's so many like home brews and like rules and things you can make up, and just like things
Oh
that
no, for sure.
yeah, like I ended up doing a stealing a little bit from campaign that I watch called Dimension 20, and in one of their things there is a section of enemies that deal what's called chaos damage.
Huh.
And it was an interesting thing because I believe what they did was that they dealt the damage and it would cause like magical effects to happen on. They were specifically used on one character because that person was a wild magic sorcerer. And whenever they hit him in particular, that character would take damage and then be forced to roll on the wild magic table and have something happen.
Interesting. Interesting. So the damage itself basically sparked a random magical effect kind of thing.
Right. And rather, he had to make a Constitution saving throw or a Charisma saving throw to not fall under the effect of having to roll on the wild magic table.
I like it. That's actually
Yeah.
pretty cool.
Yeah. And so I stole that and I put it into my campaign. I was like, cool. If you fail the Constitution saving throw based on how much you fail it by, you will lose either a level 1, 2, or 3 spell slot.
Interesting.
So it's like, hopefully you don't roll really low, because if you do, then you lose that high level spell slot you're banking on. But they can only use the ability for so long, and like if they try to steal a spell slot of something that you didn't have, or well, there's two ways of doing it. One was there was one guy who absorbed them from enemies because he was a mage as well. So if he expended his spell slot, say like he tried to absorb a level 1 from you, if he had already his maximum amount of level 1 spell slots, it would be it would be overbearing, and then both him and the player he's trying to steal from would both take 2d8 worth of damage.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, so balance it out so it's like not completely ruining everybody, but having to like be like, okay, cool, I have no idea what you're gonna roll. If you roll for the exact thing that I already have all of, then cool, I'm screwed now.
That sounds like a really dangerous magic.
It is. It was completely made to be used in the Feywild, so.
That makes sense. The Feywild is fucking insane, so
Right.
yeah. I don't know. I always like the concept of dangerous magic. Be it your wild magic sorcerers or whatever that wild magic barbarian is. I think it's fucking ridiculous too. And the campaign I'm playing right now with my friends on Sundays, we're doing the new Witcher system, and that one's kind of fucked up because every time a mage casts any kind of magic, there's a slight chance that if they fumble it, like if they roll like a 1 or whatever, like bad things could happen. We literally had a villain like fucking explode because he rolled a 1 when he was trying to cast something. It was great because it's all controlled chaos basically. So if you fuck up controlling chaos, bad things happen in The Witcher. So yeah,
That's super cool.
yeah, basically we ran into some kids that were like fucked up by vampires the other night, and he tried to go and like use some healing magic, but he rolled shitty and his staff exploded in his hand, and like we couldn't save them. It was just like that was it.
Well, shit.
Yeah, but it's just interesting. I like that concept.
Sorry, I'm catching up on chat right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of
well, I was going to
shenanigans
say, then I'll just say out loud, and M5, I was checking out a couple of the generators. I love using those, so I'll definitely check those out. I have a few generators pinned already. I will say, while I did check out the Tavern Special Creator, that honestly won't probably be used terribly much by me, because in real life, I actually just quit, but I used to work as a chef, and I love food, and I do cook a lot, so an integral part of creating my world was imagining and placing regional specialties in every single city and town that exists in my like localized campaign world. So I've put a lot of thought and time into regional specials that exist in my world.
What about the pirate insult generator, though?
Oh, now see that I can see infinite practical uses for. Should I haven't actually checked that out, so let me get right back in there.
Pirate insult generators. Every other person is like a landlubber or something goofy like that.
You guys do that
Lubber
real quick. I
exists
need
somewhere,
to
that's
grab
for
one
sure.
thing.
Where is that? Is that not a thing? Are you just teasing me with that? Or is that actually a thing?
No, bottom right, right? You went to the site?
Yeah. Oh, right, yeah. Sorry, I already filtered by one thing. Hell yeah. Because I went to the one that was the top 100. That you recommended.
Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't even go there.
Okay, this is actually very useful. Go pose in
It
front
was
of
a
the mirror
pirate
some more, you
campaign.
duck knee dung munching crap sack. Have
Hey,
a
is anybody
face full
picking
of
up
me
New
boot, you
World?
jelly bone thumb sucking crud bucket.
Is
That's a
anyone picking
lot.
up what?
New World?
That's fantastic.
No.
No.
What is New World?
Yeah, exactly.
The MMO from Amazon that just released today.
From
From
Amazon?
Interesting.
Amazon
On
is they've
principle, I do not want Jeff Bezos having any more of a market share in literally anything on God's green earth. So,
I mean, we're literally giving him money right now through Twitch, so I get what you're
yeah.
saying. I understand what you're
Um,
saying.
no,
There's
exactly.
it's day one. There's currently 520,000 people playing it.
Oh boy.
Yeah,
I usually struggle to get into MMOs, so I probably won't be. But is it
I
free
have-
or is it too
it's
expensive?
it's $40. I have never played an MMO before ever. I was
What's
just
it called?
curious because it's on
Open what?
it's on the the leaderboards.
I mean, they got the guy who did the soundtrack for Game of Thrones to do it. That's interesting.
That's pretty cool.
I'm always a
I heard the
fan of the
PvP is
soundtrack.
pretty good.
Oh,
don't
this
know.
fucking game. Yeah, I've seen it advertised everywhere. Got it.
Yeah, Amazon money. Amazon money.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, it's a very cool sort of premise. Like
I found it
conquistador-esque
kind of
age.
ironic that AWS was having some network issues today, the day that their game launched. I just feel like they were like, nah, we can take off like Microsoft authentication for a while. We just need more people in our game. Just
Yeah,
take our
right.
servers down. It's fine.
Oh, they're just aspiring to be just like Blizzard, to have everyone's shit get broken into, aren't they?
Probably.
Wonderful.
Sorry
What a
about
great
that.
setup.
My roommate made meatballs, so I had to go
Oh,
get
hell
one of
yeah.
them.
Oh man, I went out for my birthday dinner today, not to make everyone sad, but I had meatballs and pasta. The meatballs are delicious. The pasta was fucking terrible. I know it's
How do
snobby
you
to
screw up
complain about
pasta?
pasta. Overcook it bland and don't bind the sauce
Mm.
properly so it doesn't adhere to the pasta properly.
Okay, fair enough.
It's all small shit, but especially in like England, I don't know what the fuck I was expecting. It's not like that's a place to be to eat good quality pasta, but
England is where you get good pasta.
God no, absolutely not. My
Well, I was
Italian
gonna
friend
say, like,
full on refuses to eat any pasta in England that he hasn't cooked himself.
Your
Full on
Italian friend is
refuses.
smart.
Yes.
Your
I was
Italian friend is
gonna
smart.
say we have an Italian in here with us.
I mean,
What
he's
is
incredibly
his
snobby though, because he's from Naples. So pizza as well is a pretty fucking sacrosanct thing to him. But it has every reason to
yeah.
be, right? Like the man has
So
cooked and
most,
does eat proper pizza. He lived in Napoli.
Isn't
yeah,
pizza American though?
no, most American food is very much like the Naples. It's like an Americanized Naples version of food.
You're free to think
Uh,
that, Dane. Just don't say that in front of somebody from Naples. They will take that as a personal affront. I'm not even
They
joking.
do.
They
I mean,
will
they
probably
have
be
restaurants that
genuinely offended and pissed
sell
off.
like authentic Naples style pizza all over it. Even Tucson's got
Oh
one
yeah,
over here.
there's a truck outside
But
in Milton Keynes
okay,
that sells authentic pizza that the guy from Naples who I know actually rates pretty high. It's his best pizza in England, and that he's had, and like he would put it on the same like leaderboard as Naples pizza, but it's not the best pizza he's had, not by a long
now
way. But
I
yeah,
won't. I
still
won't
good.
call him a snob though. I'm the same way. I grew up. My parents are from Italy, so I grew up eating all of like the best shit. And I don't go to Italian restaurants because I'm a big snob about it. So
Fair
I get
enough.
it. I get where he's coming from.
Yeah, fair enough.
Like inauthentic Italian food is just depressing. It's like
Welcome to why I get
think about
sad.
the thing that's like closest to your heart. You grew up with it, and everyone's just butchering it. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, welcome to why I get sad when I have bad fish and chips in other countries. Lots of places try and do it, and then when you have it, you're like, it's fine. It's fried fish in like in a batter. It's okay, but this isn't fish and chips. This isn't what I expect when I get a fish and chips, and that's as much as like people can meme about no proper food, but there's a way to do it right, and that ain't it, Chief.
All right.
no,
We all ready
exactly.
to start back up, guys?
Oh,
Yes, sir.
All right, perfect. So, you guys
Brennan
keep
Lee Mulligan is
continuing down the
incredible.
path.
Sorry.
The man's a god, and I will have nothing else said about it.
Absolutely, yeah. Really, really talented.
Hey, I've got high rolls, I know, but come on.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
wish
yeah.
you were Brennan Lee Mulligan. I wish I was Brennan Lee Mulligan, alright?
Hey, I wish I was Burnley Mulligan's fiance.
Yeah, Haley wishes I was Brennan Lee Mulligan. It's okay, babe. You can say it. It's fine.
I don't
I accept it
even
too.
know.
For your sake, I wish I were Brennan Lee Mulligan. But
I shit you not, one of my coworkers actually one time told her fiance that was like, "Hey, if Brennan ever comes in my life, I still love you, but sacrifices have to be made."
Oh, right, that guy. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. I was
I
thinking
just
like,
had to
oh,
Google it
yeah.
too. Don't worry.
So yeah, you guys start going down the path. And you're able to kind of just continue. You notice that the pathway now like is still like that narrowed pathway you're getting, but every once in a while, Kraken, as big as you are, you start taking your sword and your weapons and start just like hacking away at like foliage, not because it's like super thick, but like just because of the fact that it's like in your way is like you are huge and gigantic in this place. And the narrowness is one thing, the overhead getting a little bit smaller is a different situation altogether.
I like it.
And a little bit of a problem. So you just have to like keep just like taking your sword and just going and just like at a certain point just getting like very rhythmic and just like making almost like can't play my bagpipes, I can make songs with a weapon.
I wish I bought a machete in the last town. Are machetes a thing?
Yeah, less of a weapon, more of a just a tool type of thing.
Gotcha. Okay. Wish I bought one of those.
Cool. So about another
I
rest of
like
the
the
time
bomb.
passes.
He was alright.
Can I
And
just keep swapping places with my Echo Knight, like sending him up ahead instead of having to cut all this stuff down?
yeah, you can do that too.
But then what about us? Is this just
Hey, I'm
just it
significantly taller than you.
physical? Yeah.
We're on a path. You're fine.
I mean, I'm
Uh as you swap places with your Echo Knight, you guys just keep moving, and eventually the sun starts to set a little bit in the horizon. The foliage and the trees, the overhead canopy starts to look a little bit starts to look less bright and a little bit more of a nice, like tanned auburn sky almost. And as you guys get closer and closer, you guys start to come upon the pathway starting to expand and open up more. As you guys get here, you find that where you're standing and what you see, everyone go ahead and give me some perception checks right away.
Hell yeah, baby.
No, the streak breaks.
Oh,
no.
well,
Oh
okay.
no.
I'm still just lost in thought thinking about that living
Oh,
bomb, man.
Hey,
Bringing it
I
back.
saved you.
Bring it back.
Johannes, back of the crew, looking at everyone going, ooh, ah, shiny. As they all keep walking, peers over and is like, oh, that's important. Hold on a second.
I'm
Yeah,
not thinking about the
I'll
shiny
go with
thing. I'm
the
just
point.
lost in like really introspective, genuinely moved thought. Like I said, Bagdemagos was going through a pretty fucking rough time, and this was almost like a revelatory moment from him. Like, sure, yeah, like he felt like the determination to set back in on fucking like on his goals and not give up, but this was like vindication, meeting another person who's in his own way kind of like him and who's was determined each other to just keep to their guns and that like something was waiting for them, whatever it was. And he's like just like internal like I like that bomb.
So what do I see?
Um, so what you see for a second is as you guys are continuing on the path opens up just a bit and like starts to not expand, but like at max like another 2 or 3 feet on the pathway starts to like kind of bridge out. And everyone's looking at it and they kind of notice it, but it's just also like everyone's a little tired and annoyed and want to stop walking and like having to do all this, like keep getting down this pathway. But what you notice, Johannes, is that there is an archway made entirely of a little section of bushes to the left and right. The foliage of the trees has now kind of wrapped around in a certain area to make it like look like an archway. A small stone set across the ground next to it, and a couple of flowers like make almost a wreath around like the edges and sides of it. It's completely naturally formed, is what you're seeing.
Interesting. Um,
And as you look back, you actually pull out the map to see where you guys like would be like after a little bit of time and everything. And you can see that it's almost similar to the marking that's made on the map.
I'll call out to the group and point out this similarity to what we found on the map. Oh god, if we all rolled the ones and just walked right the fuck past this, circle back around, find Harry again. Um, I'll go and call everyone over and just say, "Doesn't this look right to you?" And point out to the map and point at the archway.
Nat 1 on perception? No.
But I mean, if you hold the map like this, if you just look at it this way, and it's the same shape. It's the same kind of thing. I'm going to try to persuade him.
I'm just gonna go ahead and say I didn't even notice this. I must have blinked past it.
Can I do an investigation?
Yeah. Anybody who wants to go and give me
The
some
right
investigation checks?
I'll look into it further and fail miserably.
Not as bad as me.
Not as bad as you.
Oh
But
dear, it
at the
seems
same
like I
time,
need
I
to
rolled
start
an 11,
investigating.
Haley rolled a 5, and we got the same number.
Arashtra
Ain't no one
also
doing
rolled a
no
5.
investigating.
Johannes is getting some good stuff in, considering the fact he has the map. He also looks back and starts going through the journal entries of the druid and looks and sees that, from his understanding of it, this might be the pathway. As it's marked on the map, you can see that there is an archway that like looks similar on a map, and then you see in his notes it says that section of the they have given me a place to stay tucked away from everyone else. Maybe I can enjoy the trees. That's not the exact quote from the journal entries. You guys should all have it in your notes somewhere. But saying that or reading that, you have a feeling that like maybe this is the thing they're talking about.
All right, I'll relate that to the group and just more or less just be like, this might be the right way to go. It seems to coincide with what we saw in the journal and also in the map.
Let us proceed.
I would rather not overlook any details. Let's investigate. Let us investigate.
Cool. Do you guys all start to step through it?
Can
Yeah,
I
I'm gonna head
investigate
straight
the
for it. No
archway itself?
hesitation.
You do want to investigate the archway itself? Well,
Yeah.
that's what you rolled investigation for.
Okay. No idea. Then.
So with yours, with a 10, you kind of look around it and everything, and it looks, like I said, it's fully naturally formed. It doesn't seem like it's been crafted in any way, like someone had to set it up. It seems like it was a natural occurring formation, which to you is a little odd of how good it looks.
Yeah.
Like that's not like the oddity of that is not lost on you, but at the same time, it's like if this were a situation where it's naturally formed or it was made into this shape, the best way to do it is by some type of druidic magic to like make and like not make but like control the vines to move a certain way and
Right.
like design them in a certain like pattern.
Arastra Eldritch blasts the ground.
The ground.
Yep.
The
Straight
ground?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, Alice. Oh, Johnny.
So you fire an Eldritch Blast just into the ground, like the ground itself, like you aiming like at the base of the archway. What are you doing?
More so just like kind of putting my hand on the ground right underneath the center of the archway, but like straight on the ground.
Cool. As you do so, you take and you blast into the center right below the archway. And as you do, the ground itself starts to shake and rumble a bit. And it's nothing like super crazy, like an earthquake or anything like that, but like you can feel your magic like pulsating through the area and like physically forcing the ground to like change and move around a bit.
Hmm. The ground might be alive.
Well, then I advise you stop doing whatever that was.
Can I
Everyone
just
roll me
start
some
walking?
insight checks real quick.
Deeply not okay with that in general. Holy crap. some
Finally, a
rolls
good
nice
roll. What
today.
does the thing I have a -1 is instead of things that I have a
Oh,
+6 in?
Oh, man, we
nice
got some
You
nat
high rolls
guys,
today.
20, nice 19, but not even trying here, and I got the top dog.
Lovely rolls
you
today.
guys all kind of realize Johan, oh sorry, Arastra is probably just high as shit right now.
He's at a different level right now.
Yep.
Can I just start walking towards the archway
Yeah, you can
ahead of
walk
the
towards
party?
it. You
At
can,
what point does
yeah,
this
you
become
walk.
the poisoned condition?
Cool. So, also, Arastra, from earlier, you feel like your skin and everything goes back to normal from smoking that frost fern.
Okay, my skin's back to normal.
Yeah, skin's back to normal. That happened like hours ago.
Yeah, approach the archway then. Can
Mhm.
we try? Can I try and step through it? Like after I start investigating, you see that it's just an archway of vines. I'm just gonna try and step through it.
Yeah. As you step through it, you start to walk a little bit, and who else is stepping through? Like, are y'all just following a line, or?
Yeah, I got no reason not
I'm
to
gonna
go.
lead the way. I'll head on through.
Gotcha.
It's either
So,
this or the
Kraken will go
boss.
first.
So
I'm gonna
True.
follow through.
Gotcha. Everybody follows through. Same marching orders as before. Kraken, Bagdemagus, Banksy, Rashri, Johannes. As you guys follow through, you all start to walk through, and after a moment or two, as you're all there, you all see that the light inside this area starts to become very bright and expansive to the point where, in a few mere moments, all of you are not blinded, but it is bright. And as that brightness picks up and everything starts to go like almost like shockingly white for a moment, you each individually blink and you are no longer on the pathway.
okay.
Ah, shit. Here we go again.
I'd like to draw my axe.
I'm gonna start dancing.
What that music was, but I liked it. It just wasn't the one I meant to play.
See, what you just described to me is, you know, the Weekend song, "Blinded by the Light," and that's what I have stuck in my head right now. So now I am just dancing to "Blinded by the Light." That's what Araster's doing
Heck yeah.
wherever he lands.
And so I
A
guess you
man
can
of
heal
taste, I
yourself.
see.
My brain's automatically assuming we're about to walk into another another different plane of existence kind of thing, but we'll see what happens.
God, is that you?
Nah, he left a long time ago.
I'm not ready to go yet. Oh, P.S. Harry says hi. He also says kill him.
Let's see.
Oh,
This is Witcher. This sounds like Witcher music.
Can't hear anything.
Close. Crusader Kings 3.
Okay.
I haven't gotten any music all night. I thought you guys were just not playing any music. I'm gonna
They
reload.
weren't really playing anything
Yeah,
before.
really.
I had one set of music that was constantly going.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was just
Oh,
traveling music. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna lie. One thing that I do
Okay,
as a
this.
DM is I paste my like speech and my storytelling with the music. So if you weren't getting any of that, I'm sorry that you lost that experience.
No, it's understandable. I've had the issues so far. Every once in a while, music just doesn't play through. But
I'm getting
Alright.
it now. Thank you. Yeah, I just
Cool.
had to reload.
Okay, so you guys all come out, and you each individually find yourselves in a little bit of a different spot than you were before. You blink, and you are all in different areas. Let's go ahead and have each of you roll me a d20 to see who we start off with. Okay.
If it'll roll.
Oh, are we gonna reroll?
Let's see. Bagdemagus, Arastra, Kraken, and Johannes. So, I'll go with A. Alphabetical before beauty. So we'll go with Johannes as first up with that 12. And then we'll Kraken after that one.
Oh, did my roll actually go through? Okay.
Yeah, you had 12 on your first one.
I'm reloading Foundry right now because it wasn't loading any of the chat for me.
Ah, gotcha.
So it'd be just a moment. Unless, I can just hold my turn for whoever's right after me, and then I'll just go after them. All my stuff loads.
In that case, yeah, I'll move over to Kraken real quick, while yours is reloading.
Yeah.
All right.
Kraken, you are set in this room. It's an odd little space where you see like a bunch of walls around you. You see that there is a skeleton in the room, like right behind you. There are small sconces and lights around the area, and you notice that there's just like that body, but you also see along like this lower area. Do you have full vision in here right now?
I can see a bunch of switches. I see 6.
Good. You see 6 switches, like little levers that are on the wall that you can go over and you can interact with. Give me a quick perception check.
Okay.
The smell here is not rancid like death like you would think because there's a skeleton here. So it's like a little different than you expected. But you see that these levers, you can walk down them if you want and like start trying to interact with them if you feel the need to, or just like what is Kraken really feeling in this moment? Sorry, that's a better question I should ask.
Kraken played Skyrim while he was growing up, so he knows to search all skeletons to see if there's any loot on them first.
You search that skeleton's body and there's not a single thing on it because Skyrim makes no sense on why skeletons have 50 gold laying around. What pockets? I want to know.
Their skull.
Thank you. All right. First thing I noticed, what is that off to my right here before I move any at all?
You see it's like a little weird, like not doorway, but like a little, almost like a windowed area.
Okay.
You can kind of see into it, but like when you look into it, it's pitch black.
Interesting. I don't like the concept of these random switches here. Can I send my Echo over there and exchange places with him? Yeah. Actually, I can't see, but I'd like to just exchange places with my Echo on the other side of that window.
You try to send your echo that way, and as it tries to like move through the window, you see it start to go and move through, and the moment it gets like its head and arm in, it is forcibly smacked and pulsated back against the wall and dissipates after taking.
It only has 1 hit point, so.
Yeah, I just want to see what the numbers are going to be. 20 points of damage.
Oh, okay. All right, don't fuck with the barrier. Got it. All right, I'd like to move down closer to the levers and just examine them, see if I can see anything else around the room that may give me a clue as to which lever needs to be pulled. I am frozen though. Game is paused.
Sure. Oh, I forgot about that. That's my fault.
All good.
Cool. So you can do that. Let's go ahead and before you start moving or doing anything, let me go ahead and cut over to Bagdemagus. Bagdemagus, as you awaken, you find yourself in this almost expansive field, a long opening of area, and you can see a small tuft of ground that has been dug up recently and like replanted type of thing. As you look around you, go ahead and give me a perception check.
Sure.
You look around and it's mostly this tuft of land that you see that got dug up, but you also notice just like free open space, and the air feels like a little familiar, almost as if this is a space that you've not been in before. But here is like almost like a homish feeling to you.
Back then, because this is
Like
where,
it
if
feels like
anything,
where you would have grown up.
portends to feel like home. I am drawing my weapon, donning my shield, and beginning to advance warily. Homies. Advance towards the sort of entrance doorway thing down below me. So 10, 20, 30 feet.
We're not in any sort of combat, so you can start moving
Oh,
as
okay.
freely as you want.
I'll move to that doorway thing and try and open the door.
The moment you try to open the door, it does not budge. You see that your hand keeps just twisting and turning, and like it's almost annoying as like you keep turning it, and it's like almost like a broken doorway or lock mechanism, where like you keep turning and it keeps turning continuously, but never opens because it's broken type of thing.
Can I just
Um,
kick the hinge? Oh, not
you
the
try
hinge,
kicking it, and then, huh?
the where the locking mechanism is, the handle.
You try kicking it, and you see that it's like pretty sturdy on there, but you do notice that up above you are um little levers that start to appear out of a wall coming down this way.
I mean, I'll start walking
Um,
towards the levers and see if I can pull a lever.
I'm gonna go ahead and cut someone else real quick as you start that process. Let's go ahead and cut over to Arastra real quick. I also forgot the order, but never mind. Perfect. Arastra, you come to this space and you see that there is a table aligned with 3 chairs next to it. And you can see like the spaces are all empty, but they each have a spot of ale next to them. And as you see all of them, you turn back and give me a perception check. Let's see. 7, 10, 10. Y'all are killing it right now. Not much that you need to look forward aside from you notice the ales and like you see it they give a little like light touch to them. They still feel kind of cold, which is like perfect for ale. Like you don't want it to be warm or anything. It's just like
Oh,
mildly
that's an Englishman
disgusting
at
in
this
most
time.
situations. Depends on the time of year, yes, sir.
I mean,
Mhm.
tell that to an Englishman at this sort of time. Warm ale was a thing in England. Sort of like period, you know. Anyway, sorry. I'll show.
I gotcha. But yeah, so you notice those, but then you also notice that there is a section of um, levers across the wall next to you. As you do, you see that you can they're like easily pullable and everything. But that's an option that's up for you. What is a rasher thinking in this moment right now?
I'm gonna drink some ale from one of the cups, the closest one to me first,
Okay.
and then
Uh,
I want to pull on the far left lever.
okay. I'm gonna let you play that out for a second. I'm gonna cut over to Johannes real quick. Johannes, as you um blink, you end up being in this space that is covered in what feels like sand and dirt, almost like a little welcoming to you, like across your skin. It's like a little bit warmer.
Yeah, I feel like I'm in a fucking terrarium.
Yeah, and as you get here, the ground feels just comfortable and nice and easy. And go ahead and roll me a perception check.
All right. I
Um,
rolled a 4.
uh, you are kind of just like basking in this feeling. Um, And as you do, it's just like very easing and calming. And you're just like really relaxed until you notice that there's a couple levers that start to form and materialize up here along the wall. and you see those, and you do clock the door at the bottom right area, and you can feel like you can go ahead and like try to head through, or like if it doesn't open, you have to like find a way through, but you just feel like more comfortable in this space than you would normally like in the forest and everything. Like this is home to you. This is like a nice spot.
Are there any windows or anything? Is it literally just like an enclosed area with nice coarse sand?
Just the enclosed area with some nice coarse sand.
All right. Um, it feels welcoming, but again, I'm getting real bad terrarium vibes. Like someone's keeping me as a fucking pet in here. Like it. But he feels soothed and calm. Looking at the levers, I'm just gonna. The levers look like they have any kind of like notches or marks on them, or are they just a bunch of levers that just showed up?
I'm gonna give you a second while I check back on somebody.
All right.
I overbrewed my tea and it's fucking vile.
Oh no,
It's
that's
Oh, I
never
hate
good.
really
that.
bitter
The
and
worst
really like
situation.
tanniny. But I don't like to
Ugh.
waste tea, so I'm just going for it and really not enjoying it. It's not a good time.
Honestly, tea is
Water.
not that expensive usually. I feel like you can waste it.
Yeah, I guess. It's warm and kind of comforting right now. Sorry,
Yeah.
don't worry about me.
So Kraken, have you started pulling? I was gonna say you can start pulling any of the levers. Have you started like working on anything with this?
Yeah. First thing I'm gonna do, before I pull a lever, hold on, let me click on my character again. I'd like to do the same thing. What do I notice next to me here? Is this a closed door or is this a
Yeah.
hallway that I can't see through?
It's a closed door.
Okay, gotcha.
Yes, so there's a closed door right there.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and pull lever number 3 from the bottom. Kraken's lucky number.
Three from the bottom. Hold on 1 second, so I can see what space is.
I'm just watching Haley's face at that exact moment, and I don't
Mhm.
know her perfectly, but that did not look like a good expression.
Probably not. That's probably the one that
Am I
insta
right?
kills all
Did
of
I get it
you and
right,
not me.
babe? Is it not right that I am I right that it's not right?
I want to say I'm not DMing
Of
right
course,
now.
that's
Don't
true.
look at
That's
me.
true. Sorry, I was instinctively thinking that if it were bad, there'd be some kind of instant reaction, but if it's bad or good, that there might not be. So I shouldn't think either way.
Haley has a
Uh,
pretty good poker face. I don't know. You giving that one?
See, this is the funny thing.
um,
Everyone tells me that, and like like everyone I've known who's known Haley has always said like they can't read her at all. I very rarely had trouble reading her, and I don't know if
She
it's true or not, but
telegraphs everything. Yeah, she telegraphs everything. I regretted it as soon as I said it.
real quick, anyone, if you're pulling, so if you're pulling labels, or sorry, if you're pulling levers while I'm explain what happens with different character, go ahead and type privately in chat which one you're pulling and in what order. And when I get to you, we can start resolving those things as they happen.
Yeah, that sounds perfect. You're gonna do. So we're gonna do one lever at a time. Just whisper what lever you're gonna pull first, and then we'll
Yeah.
go from there.
So Kraken, you pull that lever. As you do, this door has. Am I doing the right buttons, Haley?
What are you trying to do? I don't see anything.
Give it the option to be unlocked. There we go. You see the door opens.
All right. Can I continue?
Yeah. You're
All
fully
right.
able to go through.
Before I move on, I'm gonna send my echo into the next room. Oh, I moved up after I said that and realized how much of a mistake that was.
As you move up to the doorway, you see that there is a familiar-looking dwarvish face that greets you. A wicked little smile that curls up across his lips, and you see it lets out a like a sound, like a phrase in dwarvish that you don't immediately understand. A sound of almost God, I haven't studied what dwarves usually sound like in a long time. There's like not a battle cry, but like just a statement and a phrase that it says that it like holds up its axe against you and makes a statement. Go ahead and roll some initiative for me real quick.
Initiative, okay. Oh, I cannot.
Oh, sorry, I need to start an encounter for you. Perfect. I will come back to you. Actually, let's go ahead and resolve this real quick.
Alright.
So it's going to walk down. Oh, hold on 1 second. It's gonna walk down and it's gonna stare at you, and then it's gonna actually look up at you again, and it's
Mhm.
going to start like just making a bunch of sounds in Dwarvish, and like you don't speak Dwarvish, do you?
I do not believe so. Let me double check because I know I
Real
have
quick,
like
yeah.
common, giant, and gnomish. So
Okay, cool.
unless
So yeah, no
Enjoy, Adam.
Dwarvish.
Have a good night. You too.
As you do, you start to just like see it walk up to you, and it just starts like kind of like pushing you a little bit, not actually swinging at you, but taking its like axe and like just kind of pushing your body with its axe, like kind of like asking you to like back up like out of the area.
I'm just gonna respond. I know it can't understand me. I'm fairly certain, but there's nowhere for me to go unless you'd like me to cuddle with a skeleton. Um, since you had me roll initiative, I think I'm gonna go ahead and draw my axe at this point.
Uh, Go ahead and roll me an intimidation check real quick. You see that as it as you like say that and you draw your sword, it goes "Eh," and like throws up a hand and like turns away and like keeps like just blocking the doorway like with its hands crossed across its shoulder, like arms crossed and like the axe like sitting out next to it, and just like stands
Mhm.
up against the door over here at this next one.
It stands up against the door. Okay.
Mhm.
I'm gonna spawn the echo to the tile just above him there, and exchange places with it.
Okay, so you just like swap spots with it.
Yeah, saying nothing, but just kind of flexing a little bit. Can I try that intimidation again now that I've done that? Just kind of flexing at him and say, "Move, little one."
Yeah, go ahead and give me another intimidation check real quick.
All right. It's not working.
You see, he says he just like spits at your feet and goes, "Yeah," and like points back over to the area that you were just in,
Mm-hmm.
and roll me kind of an insight check.
Okay.
All right, we're gonna come back to that in a second. Circle back around to Bagdemagus. Bagdemagus, what is?
Surveying the room.
Sorry.
Has anything changed from the information I've already taken on board?
You're pulling the lever now, so we'll go. You are pulling the lever now?
I haven't
You
pulled any
pulling the
levers.
lever?
I
Okay.
I thought when
No,
Brian
we'll
first
see.
described it, I thought only one lever had descended, so I was gonna pull that. When I got the information, there's like 6 levers and like a riddle thing. I haven't pulled any fucking levers. I'm just looking around. What has I obtained any new information since I've read what I've read?
No.
Okay. In that case, I'm going to go to sort of the central point of like sort of wherever the sort of center of this sort of riddly thing bit is. I'm just gonna square myself up central to it and sort of like sit down, staring at it, and I guess wait, because I don't know if this is deliberate or not, or maybe I'm just being very fucking dense, but I don't think I can make an accurate deduction right now with the information I have at hand of
We're
anything.
doing one lever at a time. You're only supposed to pull one lever right now, not the whole series.
No, I know, but I can't pull any lever. If I'm
Okay.
right, I'm pretty confident. But maybe I'm being dumb. Either way, I'm gonna sit and wait. So
Yeah.
I guess yeah, but I shouldn't do this. I can't ask for help with a a riddle, but I don't think I see a way forward with that.
Go ahead and give me, I'll say, a raw intelligence check.
Oh boy, I have small rabbit brain. That is going to be a large.
Mm-hmm.
16. I'm gonna whisper something to you real quick.
Cool. I don't think I'm being fucking dense. I think I get it. It's alphabetical, right? Like, I get the point, I think. Right? Like, that makes sense? Alphabetical, I think? That's what it's implying. Pull them in order. In an order. The order presented.
You guys have overlapping stuff, so I'd appreciate limited conversation about it.
Right.
Like,
That's
each one
that's
of
what I
those
figured. I don't
things
wanna
are
yeah, I
overlapping.
wanna mouth off about it. Brian, obviously! Sorry. Obvious. That's like that is a separate line. It says that. That is not the bit I'm struggling with. I've
Then I'm
whispered.
not sure what
So,
help you.
okay. I've whispered to you guys like immediately after I received to Haley at least. After I
Yeah.
received my information, I whispered back with like a 1 bracket and then 2 bracket with the 2 possible permutations that could exist given the parameters I've been given. If there are 6 question marks and one has to be this, and you have just reconfirmed which one must be in the same place, and then 4 possibles must be this, those 4 possibles can exist in 2 different places, and I can act on nothing other than the fact that I know for a fact that one is in place, but that one thing that's in place isn't the beginning of any kind of sequence. The one thing you've told me cannot be the beginning of the sequence logically, right? Because there are 3 question marks in any situation, and I would imagine those are the larger things in that sequence. So I don't
All right,
see how I. Yeah,
let's
move
start
on
with
without
you
me.
just pulling. I was like, let's start with you pulling the first lever real quick for me.
Yeah. Okay. I pull level 1.
As you pull the first lever that you have deduced, you take it, and as
I
it
have
goes
deduced
down,
nothing.
you see that a little scrawling of magical words start to go across the wall next to you, about right here. And a word appears, and it is just the word the, like the, the, however you like to pronounce it. And you see that it like forms that word. Um, um, and as you do that, we will now cut over real quick to Arastra. Arastra. Mhm.
He did whisper early if you scroll up a little bit.
Yeah, no, I went back and I saw it, so I knew which one he was talking
Cool.
about when he said
Yeah.
lever 1. So I saw, like, I know which one he was pulling.
I'm talking about Dane.
Dane I also saw, yes. Second, where I can go see exactly. Got someone. Yeah. So, Arastra, you go up and you grab one of these levers and you pull it. As you pull it, you hear a sound, and it's like permeating through this entire area. And you hear a question come to you, and you feel a sensation wash over your body. As it washes over you, you feel like you are compelled to the feeling of honesty and truth in this moment. And as you are asked this question, you feel the compulsion to give only correct answers. But that being said, you have the option of not telling the truth as well, but you have the feeling that it's going to be really hard to do that. And as you do, the first question that's asked to you is, would you kill your party if it meant you were close to destroying the Lich? Would you sacrifice the lives of innocents just for a chance, an inkling to meet your goal? Oh, Dane, you're muted. Sorry, I didn't even see your lips moving at first.
Can you hear me?
Yep, there we go.
Okay, cool. All right. So you say to me if I were to betray my party, I might get the power to defeat the Lich. But the thing is, you are speaking in hypotheticals. I cannot answer this question fairly, as you are not presenting me with the power that I can absolutely see and grab for myself to defeat the Lich. So would I sell out my party for power? I do not know. Present me with the power and we shall talk.
Gotcha.
Metagaming, that is
Cut
a
over from
soft
you real quick
yes.
and cut over to Johannes. Johannes,
Oh, the levers are actually labeled?
yes.
Oh, well then, never mind. I didn't know that. I'm gonna pull the third lever then. The C lever.
Gotcha. You pull
That
that one.
changes everything for me.
As you pull that one, let me see. Johannes, you see a vision appear in your mind as you pull this lever, and as you do, you see an image of yourself a bit younger, and it looks not a sight that's actually been very familiar to you, but it's a vision of you being on the ground, kicked, punched, beaten, and being robbed by about 3 or 4 men. And as they do, they kick you, you're bleeding out of your mouth, you're coughing up blood, swollen pieces of like your eyes, your lips. A few of them, once they are done with you, look over you and stand above you. One of them spits on you, and you sit here looking into this vision of yourself in harm's way. And as you do so, your eyes go back after they blink for almost a moment. One of the only few times you've ever blinked in your life, really.
Yeah.
And as you do, you're back into the space you were in. Let's see. Real quick, roll back around.
All right.
Kraken. You're here. You rolled your insight check with 2. You get the feeling that this thing just doesn't want you around, and that it's not letting you through, type of thing.
I think it's time we start slashing. I'm gonna move my Echo Knight up before that.
Can I interject?
I'd
Sorry,
like
I
to.
hate to interrupt like this, but is it possible on the fly to create a separate channel in the D&D thing that Ailey and I can jump into very quickly? Because I feel like I need to actually discuss something. I'm very lost on a number of details, but I don't want to interrupt the flow here, but I do want to discuss some things.
Yeah.
Very quickly, obviously.
You guys go jump to a private call real quick.
Okay, that works too. Yeah, sure. Okay, be right back.
Yeah, and I'll run with everybody else for a bit.
I'm sorry if this scuffs video for everyone in the stream.
All good.
We'll fix it. Okay, I need so much help. I need all of the help. What the? Okay, what is actually happening? So
you have levers.
so
You
no,
have
no, no,
levers
no.
in front of you labeled
Yeah,
A,
of
B,
course.
C, D, E.
They are
F.
labeled in order. Nobody said that.
Yeah,
I
said
just
that.
received.
I did. Whenever I whispered you, I said in order.
I received. This is the first thing I heard about this was that the levers appeared when Brian said that levers appeared, and then you whispered me saying, "Near you, you see 6 levers and glowing words inscribed
No,
on the wall
whenever I
in front of
messaged
it."
you on Discord, I said
You know, I
maybe
know
on
just
Hemisphere
now, but
they're
I
labeled A,
didn't
B,
know
C,
that.
D, F in order.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I received the whisper, which was, near you see 6 levers and glowing words inscribed on the wall in front of them. 6 levers each signed a letter. Pull them in the right order you better, one at a time. For new clues, wait for their moment to shine between A
I'm sorry,
and then.
I know what you got. What are you? Like
So
I know
they're
I whispered to you.
so they're labeled in order A B C D E F on the wall. That's how they are labeled, A B C D E F.
Yes. Yes.
But it says between A and then B two levers sit. So I thought that was talking about their physical position between A and B.
Yeah, that's not talking about the physical position. It's talking about the order in which you pull them in.
Right. Well, what the? I mean, okay. That changes things, I guess. But then my clue from pulling C. So which one did I
You
pull?
didn't pull C. You didn't
I
pull
pulled
C.
A.
Yeah, you pulled A.
Why the fuck did Brian private message me saying C is first and had me just pull? Okay. Oh. Okay. Okay. Fine. Fine. Okay. Cool. Okay. Cool. Obviously, okay. Okay. There's nothing wrong. It's just the riddle like says at the end, C is always first, and my reaction was to, I guess, pull the first. Yeah, fine. I guess I didn't. I did not understand this at all. I thought they were physically like. I thought they were
Yeah,
labeled
confusing.
with like random runes or something. Because nobody told me they were labeled with letters I could understand. They just said labeled and then said C is first. Like, as in like. And they're in an order, and then C is first, as in like an alphabetical order that I might understand from the inscription. C is first, and then between A and B are two, as in like I don't know what they say, but A, the first one to be pulled, is two tiles between that and B,
Yeah.
which then lies somewhere. So when you pull A first, then you can figure out what the other ones are. That was very not easy to apprehend. But then obviously C is first. Okay, boy. Okay. I'll see you back in call. Thank you.
Love you so much. Sorry for that confusion.
Love you
It's
too.
100%.
No worries. It's all good. Wonderful.
Welcome back.
Cool. I'm back. I should whisper this, shouldn't I? Just like
So, Kraken, as you look, you see that his body starts to take and fall apart, and as it does, it turns immediately into a skeleton.
Interesting. I'm gonna
She's
search
the
his
door.
pockets too.
Give me an investigation check.
Hmm.
oh.
Come on, flavor
Oh.
this. I like where the flavor is going.
I
Come
felt
on,
your
he's searching a
brain
skeleton's corpse.
halting.
My hand also turns into a skeleton.
No, what you find
You
is
realize there's a skeleton inside you all along.
yeah, you realize fully that like you search these bones and you wait, these are bones, and you just take one and start eating it.
Might be some marrow
Fair
in there.
enough. Fucking hungry for a long walk.
Yeah, you've been walking for 6 hours. You're a little hungry. Bone meal is good for you, isn't it? You start fully chewing on dwarf bones.
It's a little small for my liking,
Wait,
but
did I miss anything else? I'm guessing it's just been combat. No levers pulled or anything.
No levers
I just
pulled.
pulled a lever.
Three attacks were made. Kraken lands 2, dwarf lands 0. Kraken comes out
Oof.
on top.
That's rough.
And then eats the corpse.
Yeah, now he's
That's
eating the
pretty
corpse. Or
No,
sorry, he's
particularly
eating
the
the bones.
bones. Yeah.
Just the bones, not the corpse.
From the corpse.
Mm-hmm.
You okay over there, Oscar?
Oh, pull the fucking stupid lever. Of course I understand the puzzle. I'm really annoyed about that. But that's fine. Literacy is apparently not my forte.
Cool. So, after we're gonna come back to Kraken in a second. Door's still closed, by the way. So, you get
Okay.
from the situation that you might have to go pull more levers.
Okay.
As you do, we're gonna cut over back to Bagdemagus
I
real
pulled
quick.
C. C is
So-
pulled. I pulled C. C has been.
I
pulled.
know we did that one first. What's the next one you're pulling?
He doesn't have that yet.
Does
He's
nothing
only
change?
now
Yeah, I've not
pulling
had
C.
any
He's only
information
now
yet.
pulling C. So new information.
I
will come to
messaged you
him
that I
now.
pulled C, obviously, 2 minutes ago, actually. I don't
Yes,
have
I saw
my
that as well.
good name slandered.
Yeah, but we're doing
like
it
that.
one at a time.
No,
We're
of course.
going.
Maybe
Don't
move on
worry.
to someone else while I get this new information. Just skip over me and we
Yeah.
can come back after them.
Cool. Arastra, as we come back to you, you see that you asked for the power to the power to destroy the Lich. If they give it to you, then you'll understand. But they're speaking strictly in hypotheticals. You notice that a shining light appears back on a table where the ales sat. And sitting on that table, you see a beautiful blade with red wrappings around the hilt of it, and it glows with this radiant energy on it.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go pick it up and look at it, but I'm a caster that has very low strength at this point, so a physical weapon is meaningless to me. But I'm gonna pick it up and examine it.
It's
The
great because I
moment
know what this is immediately, and I'm like, oh, God damn it, I need this.
the moment you pick it up, you can feel a surge and a rush of energy surround your body. Your eyes, you can't see them yourself, but your eyes go wide for a second, and just a wave of knowledge starts to fill your head a little bit, and your skin just feels like very calm and like light,
Oh, we're
or
gonna
your
need a
skin
big
feels
fight
at
now,
ease, like much
boys.
more than it was earlier.
Can I lick the blade?
Yes. What what are you trying to do? Just like you just want to lick the blade?
Yes.
Go ahead. You lick the blade.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything like investig? Are you trying to roll something for it, or?
More so, I'm just like trying to lick the blade. I suppose I could do like a history check to see if it's like a familiar taste, I guess. But I'm
Okay.
just more like wanting to lick it because I'm like, this is a really cool blade. This makes me feel funny. And then I'm gonna like, obviously not the sharp part. I'm just gonna like lick the broad part, just to see if I taste anything.
You taste metal. You taste metal, and it's like just not something like very in particular that you would like remember or know about. Just
But
it
there's,
seems like a very powerful blade is what you're getting at,
is
and
there
you
like,
hear the voice. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna ask like, is there any hint of like blood or anything like that that I'm picking up?
Nope.
Okay.
Completely clean, pristine blade, just wrapped with like a red cloth across the hilt.
Okay.
Hilt.
And the second thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take the ring that's stuck in my hand, and I'm gonna put it to the hilt and just like touch the crown part or like where the jewel would be. I'm gonna like put that right to the hilt of the blade and see if there's any reaction there.
Uh, no reaction from that, no. But what you do have is the voice comes back to you and says, "A blade of power. Is this enough for you to betray your party?"
I do not know the power that this blade truly possesses. If I have to betray my party on a gamble for some power, it is not worth it. They themselves provide me with a lot of power that is going to be very difficult to betray. Furthermore, they will put me on a path to defeat the lich that plagues my town. Whether or not they help me is irrelevant. I know they will get me there, though. I'm confident of that.
As you say that, you see that the blade dematerializes and leaves your hand, and as it does, the door at the bottom opens.
I get to walk
Um,
through. I'm gonna walk through it then.
yeah, you walk through, and you are now in another room that looks very similar to the first, another closed door, and we'll cut back to you in a second. Uh, Johannes, um, are you ready to pull another lever just yet, or no? If you are, go ahead and message me which one you're gonna pull in, like whisper to me in chat.
I'll just say right now that the information that was given to me after I pulled the first lever was the information I already had.
Yes, that is my bad. I did that for everybody just
Oh,
now.
okay.
Copy and pasted the wrong thing. Totally me. I'm sorry. I'm thrown off my game right now.
No,
This is
it's all
That
really
is,
good. It's all
hard
good.
for
that
me.
explains everything because I cannot see where she's messaging it to y'all because I can't see all of her whispers, but
Yes.
she can see all of mine. It's unfair.
Makes sense. I'm
I've
just
since
making sure
pulled
that I
two
do.
more levers. I retrieved some new information. I've pulled two more levers in succession now.
So I'm not sure if I'm supposed to get a second bit of information or if that was the information I was supposed to start with, or
Yeah, you are. There you go.
She's sending you new information, so you look over that for a second. I'm gonna cut back to
yes.
Bagdemagus, who I know
So
has
glad.
his second bit of
So glad,
information.
Mike.
Thank you,
So,
Harry.
Bagdemagus, you pull the second lever. As you do, you see that a new word starts to form on the wall. You pull the second lever, and it says now the bird.
And
As you take, oh, go ahead.
well, I was gonna say I pull another lever as well after that.
Yes, once you hit your third lever, you pull the third lever, and as it falls down, and you see they all stay in place as you pull them, you see that it says the bird will.
Fly the nest or something. That's what this bird's planning to do anyway.
Kraken, for you real quick, did you get that second bit of information?
I have gotten no messages since
He has
Arrester's
not because
history
he
check.
hasn't looked. He's just been fighting. He hasn't done anything else, so he's
Yeah.
Well,
purposely
he
not
I
gotten
was saying he pulled the
anything else.
first lever, so he got the first
Yeah,
lever
he
pulled
pulled the
properly.
first lever, and the
Mhm.
door opened, and he hasn't done anything else since. He hasn't gone back to look at the levers. He hasn't done anything else other than fight.
You
So
proceeded to combat.
he wouldn't see anything.
I'm just gonna go with the Echo Knight. I'm gonna pull the fifth lever. Actually, I should probably do a perception check or something to
go.
look at these levers.
While you do that real quick, I'm going to jump back over to Arastra. Arastra, you pull your second lever. As you do, yeah, you see the room is the same, but as you pull the second lever, you hear the next question that is asked of you. And you are asked, would you ever admit to cheating your party out of the money for the spell of reconjuring your familiar?
Oh, certainly. I saw it as a mere chance to make a little extra coin, to make it along my way, to admit that I wronged them. I will do. Shall I do it voluntarily? No. But I shall do it for the right cause.
As you notice, as you hit that second lever after answering your question, it sticks down and you can hear the sound of another door opening on the other side of the wall.
I'm gonna walk through that again
Gotcha.
and get trapped.
Yeah, so you get there. Once you get there, it's pretty much like you're getting a sense of like it's the same space, but you do see like a little fireplace sitting right here this time. A little bit of a different like scaled room, a little bit more warm in here.
Can I go investigate the hearth of the fireplace to see if there's anything left on it?
Yeah, you go ahead and roll me an investigation check. You look around, and on top of it, there's just like a couple of berries and a piece of bread that's sitting there. As you look at it, it looks like it's not like completely staled over or anything. It looks like it's not like fresh, but not bad either.
I'm gonna eat them. Eat it all.
Okay. You go ahead and eat that. Nothing really happens with it. You eat it. It feels perfectly normal, fine. You got like your nice little meal that was just sitting here.
And then I want to take the ugliest hag head that I have in my backpack and I want to put it on top of the hearth.
That's amazing.
You sit it there, and it is now a good-looking mantelpiece on top of this heart.
Perfect. And that is all I wanted to accomplish with that.
Gotcha. Everyone give me just a couple of seconds while Haley catches y'all up and I run to the restroom.
Cool. Nice. Very sorry about that. I got
Sorry,
very
I am
thrown off
fucking.
very early.
I'm fucking blind. I completely lost track of which levers I'd pulled, and that threw me for the fucking loop. I made the right decision, then second guessed myself, then changed my answer, then realized that was definitely wrong, and I finally got back to what I am sure is the right decision. For some reason, I thought I had pulled the levers in a different order than I had actually pulled it in. So that is my millionaires. That's my final answer.
That's okay. I'm of the mind that if we fuck it up, we can just start with level 1 again. Just go, but we'll see if there's
Sure,
a
but I don't want to
one-shot
get
kill.
shocked in the
Instant death
testicles
the
when I
second
pull
you
it the
pull
wrong
the wrong
way.
lever.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
I
I don't
tried
even.
to blow you guys up with a bomb earlier. I want
That's
this
true.
to end. I
That's
just wanted
true.
to kill you
Haley
all.
wants it to be over, man. I totally locked my way out of that.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Well, my logic is probably flawed with these clues, but I'm rolling with it and seeing what happens.
I am fucking cento petacento now. Do you want to hear the fucking the issue I had? Bagdemagus can't read. That's not actually it. I can read. I didn't read, and so I didn't realize that I could read. And upon realizing I could read, everything makes sense now.
Oh, yeah,
Like,
no, I think most D&D characters can read, can't they?
Tends
Like,
to
unless
be.
they have intelligence real low.
I'm like super concerned
I
of
mean,
the
playing
fact that you
Dimension
made
20 with King
military
Amethyr,
captain.
he can't.
You made it to military captain and you haven't been able to read? Like, how did you read battle
No,
plans?
I
or,
literally can read. It's just a case of I didn't I
gotcha.
didn't realize that. Okay, the actual thing I did is I didn't realize that the levers were labeled at the time. I thought the puzzle was
That
about
was
I
something
figuring
didn't
Johnny
out
made
that
very
the
first
clear.
levers
either,
Johnny
were
didn't
yeah.
labeled.
realize that either. That
Yeah.
was.
No, it's all good because I don't think there's well, it's debatable who that's on. You were describing like the riddle itself. The mechanism was described a little bit by Brian. I'm sure like it's like a
Confusing
it,
2DM things.
yeah,
Yeah.
well, not confusing to necessarily have two DMs. It's just a case of like that age-old joke. To me, to you, to me, to you. Each one kind of thinking the other will pick up the slack, and then neither ends up
Yeah.
quite explaining everything. But
Yeah.
for a riddle, that's like really like any bit of information that
Yes.
slips through the cracks just fucking axes a riddle and makes it impossible.
Yeah.
For the longest time, I was stuck on the thought that I didn't know what the riddles actually, what the levers actually were, and I didn't know what the labels said, and I was supposed to be figuring out what the labels were and in which order I should be pulling them. So I thought I was like realizing what the labels actually translated as, rather than they're all labeled, and I need to know the order in which I pull the levers, and that was what finally
Makes sense.
light
Yeah,
bulb.
Johannes has no idea if there's even a danger to pulling levers, so he's just pulling levers.
Yep.
I'm
I'm
like
just
so
pulling
Phantom
far,
of the
yeah.
Opera. I'm pulling levers frantically. Every new fucking bit of information comes in. Just-
We'll
In fact,
see what
it
happens.
escalated. It escalated. When I finally realized what I was supposed to be doing, I pulled one lever. When I got the next bit of information, I pulled two. When I got the next bit of information, I pulled three. I'm confident. Maybe wrong, but confidently wrong.
Oh, should we be pulling more than one lever right now?
Maybe not, but Bagdemagus is.
He's been speeding. But yeah.
I'm
to
Okay.
speed
behind a
running
little bit,
this
so you
thing
can-
that is
I'll
clearly
let two at a time.
speedrunnable.
I'll give two at a time, but no more than that.
Okay.
because I fucked up big time, and after pulling two levers in a row wrong, she wants to punish me thoroughly.
I'm just
Fair.
like concerned that I'm gonna answer the question wrong, and the last question, and all the doors behind me are just gonna shut, and I'm just gonna be stuck.
Ooh. Yeah,
Entombed
you're
here
put very
forever.
on the spot.
I'm just gonna be stuck in between like two doors basically, and I'm just like, okay, cool. I guess I die now.
So glad I have my echo.
True that.
Yeah.
So glad.
Speaking of random assortments of letters early on in the alphabet, any of you watched Thunderbirds when you were kids or younger?
I think a long time ago I'd probably seen an episode or two.
You
I watched
remember they always used.
Thundercats.
Ah, that's also good
They
shit.
used to have the toys. They used to have a toy of it.
Yeah, I
yeah.
did too. You
I watched
remember?
Thundercats. I don't know
I
if
love-
that
I
counts.
Ah,
fucking
come
love
on! But I
Thundercats.
suppose Thunderbirds was it was an American show as well, wasn't it? And had they
Thunderbirds was in America. We had it.
yeah. And they used to say after every transmission they'd say FAB, which is not actually a thing that's used, but it's kind of a neat little thing, which I didn't know till later actually stands for something, which is full acknowledgement of broadcast.
Oh.
That's
Hmm.
yeah. There's some
Hmm.
nerd shit for you didn't know you needed to know, and definitely didn't actually need to know. You're welcome. That may come up at trivia at some point. There was another acronym they did use as well, though, that didn't actually have a meaning at all, that they just used as an acronym because it sounded good. I can't remember which one now, but
All I remember about Thunderbirds is that the whole puppet look sort of was what inspired the look for Clone Wars for Star Wars.
oh yeah, I thought you were gonna say
yeah, that's,
Team America World
that's
Police.
what they were going for.
which
Yeah,
was
yeah, that too,
hilarious.
that too. Like
Oh,
they
that's
were sort of
cool.
like doing like the whole Tartarovsky kind of like 2D animation that the first Clone Wars cartoon was,
Sure.
but then they were sort of like now you want sort of a Thunderbirds puppet look, which is why everything sort of has a real solid
Amazing.
like cut out wooden look to it.
Don't know if you watched Stingray. That was another puppet show that was a very similar vein, but it had
I never saw
it was
Stingray. Yeah.
crap. Well, it wasn't crap. It was just like it was another Thunderbirds, but it had one thing going for it. Better, I would say, even than Thunderbirds, which had a very catchy intro, but it had but Stingray had a very catchy intro. It was like
That's always nice. Yeah.
Stingray, Stingray, Stingray.
Okay, I'm back.
Before we
Welcome
talk
back.
about Thundercats instead of Thunderbirds,
Thunder,
because that show.
thunder, thunder, Thundercats.
No, my last campaign that I
Ha!
ran, I had a hunters guild that were all tabaxi for the most part,
Oh, amazing.
and yeah, every time they came into like because they were tracking down one of the player characters because he was an escaped like gladiator slave convict kind of thing, and every time they would roll in like Pantheros theme from Thundercats to start playing
Brilliant.
because it's badass, it's a good song.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure in Total War there's
Uh,
a skill like in Total War Warhammer there are a lot of like lords who have a bunch of different skills, and one of the legendary lords I'm pretty sure has a skill which has a little bit of flavor text like about him like having like great vision over long distances, and the flavor text is just sight beyond sight, and I was like, I get that, I know what that's from.
yes,
Sort
yes.
of sort of omens, is it? Give me sight
Sort of
beyond
omens,
sight.
yeah. Yeah,
Love that.
mine was always my favorite was
It's
always
so
the mummer
fucking
transformations.
right.
They were always like the same scene done every episode.
Yeah.
And it's the ancient spirits of evil.
It's so fucking like
Transform this
He-Man, that kind
decayed
of
form
era.
to
I love it.
Mumra.
Yeah, it's great.
I love it. Yeah. Anyway, so I'm pulling that one that I said I was pulling if whenever it gets back to my turn anyway.
Um, so I'm gonna leave off. Yeah. So you put the mantelpiece on top of. You put the hag's head on top of the mantle. Looks great to you. You go back to the levers, Arastra. Just made that music get louder out of nowhere.
Just you, not on my end anyway.
Hmm.
Just you, it wasn't on my end.
Oh well. Arastra. Sorry, Johannes, on your turn. You pull two of the levers. On as you pull the second one, it pulls and it sticks down, and as it does, you get a new vision of someone with snake eyes who is watching himself be beaten. You see a situation of this person watching as like you see their face, and it looks back down on them, watching the situation play out. And
It's
as
still
it
watching young me getting beat up, basically.
Yeah, it's like a situation of like you feel like it looks very similar to you, but like kind of off. Like the face looks a little bit different here, and you see that it's still another Yanti, just like looking very similar to you. Not
Yeah.
exactly you, but you watch
Yeah.
him as he looks at himself being bloodied and beaten, and stands there and does nothing about it, and kind of just like sits back on a wall watching and ignores the situation after like a few minutes and just looks away.
Okay.
As that happens and the vision blinks away, you pull your third lever. And as you pull the third lever, you go back to yourself. Rather, you watch yourself again, and as the muggers all start to leave your body this time, you see that you are hurt, left on the ground with nothing as the muggers walk away. Your money pouch is gone, your daggers, everything's taken away from you. They were able to subdue you before you were able to pull anything out, use much of any of your spells. And this time you actually wouldn't have had spells. You would have not even been a warlock at this point. In this younger version of yourself, you had tools to defend yourself, but just couldn't get to them in time. And you're left alone. Few tears forming in your eyes as you are left just beaten, desolate, and broken a bit. And your eyes blink and you come back to being in this room alone again.
Okay.
Let's see. I have to go back to chat real quick to see who's pulled what so far.
Well, Brandon, are you here? I think it should be your turn next.
Yep, I'm here.
Gotcha. Cool. go ahead and Brandon, whisper me whatever one you're gonna pull.
Oh, you can pull 2 if you'd like to.
Okay.
Kraken, as you pull the next lever, you pull it, and as it goes down, the one you originally pulled shoots back up, and the door behind you closes, and you let go of the lever, and it also goes back up, resetting the process.
Okay. Interesting.
So go ahead and read over that one more time for me. I'm going to cut over to Bagdemagus. You've already pulled levers 1, 2, and 3. On number 4, you pull the fourth lever, and you can see this is writing a message to you, slowly but surely. And as you pull the fourth lever, the words that are now known to you are, "The bird will tell."
I pull the next.
You hit 5. As you pull the fifth lever, you see it sticks down with the rest of them, and they all stay in place. It will tell. The bird will tell of.
And now
And
I
with
pull
only one lever
C
pull,
again. No, I'm kidding. It's down.
as you pull the last lever, it sticks, and they all stay in place. As the rest of these words have been written in like a very glittery yellow color, with a nice little, like a little bit of accenting to them. This last word comes in a deep red, still glinting with color and everything, and being a little bit sparkly, but a red sparkle. As it finishes the statement, "The bird will tell of Oak Hollow." And you see that as it finishes this sentence that is written out for you, the door at the bottom opens.
As I start marching towards it, Bagdemagus is going to whisper under his breath to himself. If the gods have deigned to intertwine my fate with that puffed up pigeon, I may never forgive them. And I make my way through the doorway.
As you step through the door, you see Turn facing away from you.
Well, look who it is, that little shit.
You see Kulak sitting away from you, or standing away from you, gesturing loudly and speaking. And we'll turn back to that in 1 second. The next person up, let's go ahead and wrap back around to Arastra.
Well, I'm like trolling myself right now. I think I'm reading too much into this.
How many levers have you pulled?
He's pulled 2 so far.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to like keep track of.
Here, type them all out and send it to us one more time, like in what order you have them so far.
Okay. I think that's where I'm at right now.
No, that is not the order
Yeah.
you put them in originally. So here, I'll tell you what you already did because you guessed the proper order. I believe. Let me double check and make sure you did it at first.
He did.
He did, yeah. Yeah, so I'll type it to you real quick.
What's that fucking meme?
Yeah, this is big brain time.
So
Oh,
far,
it's so perfect for just the silence that has descended upon us as we try and figure out this fucking puzzle.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guessed it. Okay, so I guessed it right. Perfect.
Oh god, I love it.
Okay.
Yeah. It's brain time.
Yep. Cool. I know what I'm doing.
Galaxy
Gotcha.
brain.
So what is your next one that you pull? Cool. As you pull that one, you see that it goes down and it sticks one more time. And as it sticks, you can hear the sound of another door opening on the other end. And as it opens, you hear the sound of the voice come back to you again with another question. What do you think of this ring that sits upon your finger? What do you believe it bestows upon you?
Well, as of right now, I see it as both a blessing and a curse. It appears to be making me stronger in one way, while leaving me weaker in another way. So I cannot say it is a good thing nor a bad thing, because it has its benefits and its drawbacks. What do you say about this?
These are not for me to answer, young one. And as you pull that lever, we cut back over real quick to Johannes.
Who has solved it? He solved it.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you for keeping up with that, because this is a lot of messages that I'm getting all at once.
Absolutely, yeah.
Cool. So you had pulled levers 1, 2, and 3. As you pull the next set of levers, as the clues keep coming to you, you finish pulling all of them. Once the last 3 levers are pulled, you see that this door at the bottom area opens up.
You're muted.
You're muted. Actually, I don't think he is muted per se, but
Sorry. No, I am. This is the thing I have. I have
local,
a switch
right? Yeah.
thing. So no more visions. Just the door opens, basically.
Yeah, the door opens.
Sweet. Okay. All right. I'm going to kind of look around and say, yeah, okay. Let's kind of walk to the door and see what I see.
As you walk through the door, you should be able to move your character token, can't you?
Oh, right. Yeah. Sorry.
Oh, good.
I'm like half on a different page writing down all of this in my journal so I can type it out later.
There.
Um,
So yeah,
okay.
you got your door over here.
Yeah, I see it. I'm just walking over. Okay.
And as you walk out, you come upon the scene of a young Yanti man who is being kicked and mugged by this gentleman. Next to this well, a barrel. The man saying and threatening the not child, but threatening a young man, and saying that you took my fucking food. I know you did.
Is this the same kid that I saw getting beaten in the visions?
Looks very familiar. Yes.
Okay. All right. I'll address the guy who's doing the kicking and ask him, what has happened here?
None of your fucking business. If you must know, this little peon thought that he could steal from my barrel as I was carrying it across my back, and I can tell when a couple bits of food have gone missing.
Yes. And you're sure you didn't drop the food, that he had stolen it?
Of course, I'm sure no way that I would have dropped it. There was lid on it. You see the young man looks up and says, I did no such thing, and he's taken my money. I've wronged no one.
And what have you done to get your money back? Has he just beaten you down and taken it, and you have not defended yourself?
As you say that, he kind of looks down to the ground and clutches a handful of sand in like a small fist.
Mhm.
And as he does, you see tears roll down his face and just going on his hand and like coagulating on top of like just making the sand a little bit thicker out of his tears. And he goes, I've never been strong enough to do anything against anyone.
But you are a Yuan-Ti. You carry a great strength in you. You are greater than whatever this creature is who is beating you.
Give me a persuasion check. I'm gonna go ahead and say with advantage too.
Okay.
The power of racism is strong, especially when you're talking
Oh,
to someone
yeah.
of your race.
Yup. No. The persuasion is not strong, though.
you see that as he looks up at you, he looks with like a small bit of hopefulness as when he does, this man takes and puts a full foot and kicks him through the face and knocks him back onto the ground.
Okay. If you do not have the strength to get up and take what is yours, then you do not deserve to own it. I say as I walk past him, and I'm going to go ahead and take a seat on this chest or log or whatever it is, and just
Barrel?
watch this guy to continue to get beaten.
Gotcha. We're gonna leave that scene there real quick. Jump back down to Kraken. Haley, has he been solving anything?
Yep, he's ready.
Gotcha. Is it fully set? All of them?
No, just the next two. He
No.
hasn't had
Just next
those
two?
yet.
Gotcha.
got
Cool.
them.
So you pull the first lever again, resets it, and it opens back up again for you.
Okay.
Gonna pull this down. Actually, I'm just gonna make him go away. And then you hear the click of the next door open.
Okay. 2 doors down. All right. One more door and I can start a band.
I mean, you can already do a knockoff band.
No, I like the cook. Good job.
Okay.
Sorry, Haley, did you get the first three altogether right now, or just the first two?
Well, first he already pulled the first one. He already got the first one, so he got the first and the next two. So we have 3 total.
Oh,
Three
gotcha.
total. Gotcha. Sorry. Yeah, I already saw the
Okay.
I just saw the most recent measure of the first two he pulled. Yeah. Then yeah, you hear a third door open. You can go ahead and keep pulling some real quick if you would like to, if you figured it out or not. If not, I can give you some time to figure.
Come back to me after the next person.
Bagdemagus. Actually, let's go ahead and this music is good, but I need a different change of pace. Bagdemagus, you step into this room, and as you step in, you see your back turned, or his back turned to you, is Kulak. And as he is standing there, you see that he's just yelling rampantly. And you don't even really need a perception check for it. You can hear him yelling to what it seems to be a group of people. Sorry, not to a group of people. As he's just like sitting there, a mug of ale in his hand, and like obviously having like had a drink or two, but starts just frantically yelling, smashes the mug of ale across the ground, just huffing and yelling, "That damnable Antsire, always thinking that he's goddamn better than me and everyone else. I'll show him exactly what him and his filthy band of goddamn miscreants is worth." And as he start yelling and gesticulating more and more, this malice in his voice, this hatred against you, you see that he brandishes a blade and stabs it into the ground. And as he does, he says, "By this I swear, he and that entire damnable party of his will perish." What do you do in this moment, Magnamigus?
I think a lot is probably going through Bagdemagus's mind. About how he's changed, but also the things that he has still held on to. That even though he's given up his name and given up a lot, that doesn't change the kind of person he is, and that's something he's had to realize. But with regards to particularly this, probably a strange and surprising wave of sadness comes over him as he never cared for Kulach and didn't make a terrible number of friends in the Leopoldai to begin with. He earned a lot of respect, certainly among his juniors, but not a great number of friends or allies. But to realize that he had garnered, deservingly or no, um, somebody who would be willing to kill him and the people he simply travels with, um, probably makes him feel sad for him, ashamed, and sad for the past he left behind. Um, he hasn't got a weapon drawn. I put away sometime during the puzzle. I'm assuming one is like jam or levers and shit. And he is not going to draw it and begin advancing towards him. Or this image
You
of him.
you
There
have
it
no
is.
weapons drawn. You start walking towards him. As you do, is there anything that you like? Do you like try to interact with it at all? You just like keep walking towards him. I will say that you clock on this end is another door.
He is going to get about 10 feet away and stop. He still has his shield strapped to his left arm, but he isn't gonna, not like, threatening or anything. But it's down by his side. It's not like a defensive position. And he's going to call out and say, "Hello, old friend."
You say that out loud, and as you try to speak to him, you see that he is just taking and constantly taking the dagger that's in his hand and stabbing it into the ground over and over again. And once he stabs it into the ground one final time, just starts punching the ground for a bit, and still this like huff of anger, almost as if he can't hear you.
I'm going to start striding around, keeping my distance to one side of him, kind of keeping my eyes on him and his head, and trying to see if I can make out his eyes anywhere. And while I do, can I use Divine Sense and try to detect if this or any creature nearby is a... Oh, fuck. Well, that's not what I meant to do. I clicked a bookmark. That sent me to not the right thing. Sorry, everyone on stream. This is a thing called Fallen London. It's totally not relevant to this, don't worry. But if you like text-based
It
adventure
happens.
games, check it out. It's pretty cool. But I can start walking around him and then use Divine Sense to sort of just focus and see if anything within, I think it's 30 feet, might be 60 feet, but I think it's 30, is Fiend, Celestial, Fey, um, or if the ground around me is consecrated or desecrated. There might be one other category. I think Undead is another category as well. So if he counts as any of those, that'll be neat to know, but it's more a
Um,
tertiary thing.
You start walking around, and as you cast this ability, you see that he never looks at you, he never speaks to you, he only sits here in this moment. And as you cast that to get a feel of the situation, you feel the energy of nothing celestial, nothing divine necessarily, but something almost not undead either, but almost spectral is the best way to describe it. And spectral in the sense of this is not, from everything you're getting, it's not a living creature, nor is it undead. From what you're feeling, it almost feels like not a creature at all.
An illusion, I guess. Strange. I've just got a great fucking screen in front of me. I've reloaded twice, it's not done nothing. I'm gonna give it a second to try and sort of catch up.
Go ahead, zoom all the way out. Use right click to mouse over the area a little bit and try to zoom back in on yourself.
Oh,
Might
I'm
be the
loading in.
situation you're in.
Maybe. Wait. I think I'm just loading very slowly.
Okay.
There we go. Cool, cool, cool. I skirted around him. Perfect, perfect. So can I see his face from this angle?
From this angle, yeah, you could see his face, and
Does he look?
it's it's Kulak. It looks like Kulak. It's his face, all of his like mannerisms, like everything that you know about Kulak from like the time last time you saw him.
I'm gonna call out. Kula, can you hear me?
No reaction.
Striding around to face him one last time, I'm going to. Bagdemagus will definitely cast an eye towards the door, but taking a step forward towards him and dropping to one knee is going to sort of lower his head to his, and again sort of try and look a bit closer. Can I get like an insight if he looks like he is even acknowledging my presence, if he even recognizes that I'm here?
Yeah, go ahead and roll me an insight check.
Not great.
Fine. Even with that, you can tell he's not reacting to you at all. For what reason, you can't understand, but that it feels like he cannot see you.
Standing back up, I head for the door. Look one last time over my shoulder towards him, and head for the door.
As you head for the door and you step out of it,
Hell
it
yeah,
opens up
blissful
effortlessly.
freedom!
As you walk out and effortlessly open this door, you walk out to a light that is bright and opening towards you, and you hear on the wind just like a whisper of a sound, and it says, "Thank you, old friend. I wish I could be as strong as you." And as you walk out and this light permeates and separates and opens, actually, we'll come back to that in 1 second. You start to walk again down a new pathway. Let's see. Let's circle back to
Arastra, you've been going in that order.
yeah, a circular order, clockwise order. Yeah. Let's circle back to Arash real quick. Haley, where is he?
Solved. Done.
Solved. Perfect. Arastra. So you have already opened 1, 2, 3. Door number 4. On pulling the 4th lever, Arastra, you see a vision of someone in front of you. And you can fully see it is Bagdemagus. And you see Banksy. And you see Kraken. And you see Johannes. And you see all their faces flash before you. And instantly all those faces are pushed and permeated back away from you and held over a ledge, each one of them being tied up and bound over the side, and the rope that holds each of them sits there. And you have a single dagger, and you can look over the ledge and you can see it's just a deep, dark abyss. If you must sacrifice one to save the many, who will
Bruh.
you be?
Why do you ask such trivial questions? It is clear that you are wanting to pit me against my allies, but you do not realize that my allies have provided me greater strength than any magical trinket or any power that you might be able to provide through some item that you could even realize. I have more faith in my allies than I do this magical item. And with that, I'm just gonna run, sprint, and just jump off the fucking edge and just say, if someone needs to be sacrificed, let it be myself.
You take and you dive. And as you fall, it feels almost as if an eternity passes in just mere moments. And as you fall through, Arastra, you see that you come back and you fall back into your body. And as you hit that space, you see that effortlessly all of the last 2 levers before you even get a chance to pull at them both fall down. And you hear the opening of not only the doors, but each of these individual walls in front of you peels backwards and opens for a central pathway for you to pass through.
I'm gonna walk through that, but I'm also gonna try to look around to see if there's anything noteworthy to loot. Because, gotta loot that shit now.
Gotta loot that shit. No. Well, there's 2 mugs of ale left. That's about it.
Well, I'm just gonna grab those. I'm just gonna, be double fisting it at this point. And I'm just gonna walk back and just kind of chill in the main vestibule area if that's where I'm gonna be ending up. I'm assuming there's no herbs that I can look for weed for around here, right?
We'll come back to that in a second.
Okay.
Let me get back to Johannes. Johannes, as you get here, you see that you're sitting here on this barrel, and you see at the top section of this area, a door opens.
Oh,
but you
nice.
see, yeah, and you see that this young man is still being kicked and beaten. You see that from time to time he tries to stand up, and each time he does, the man will take and ram his face back into the sand, and at one point takes the young man and starts grabbing him and starts trying to push him over into the well.
This thing that I'm sitting on, is it a chest or just a wall?
It's a barrel. That's the barrel that the man supposedly had his food in.
Oh, okay. No biggie then. I'll get up and sort of brush myself off and just to remind the kid, you are a UNT. You have natural abilities that can give you an advantage in this fight. If you need to. That said, I have other places to be. I get up and sort of walking slowly towards the door. Just sort of paying attention to see what the reaction is between the two of them.
You see it, the man, as he hears you say that, says, "This little shit's got nothing good left for him. He's nothing but a thief and a liar," and takes and is about to throw him into the well, kind of holding him over, by the legs, pretty much.
I'll kind of walk over and lean over, look like it's a real deep well.
Hey man, some things to
You
swim.
see no end to it.
Okay. I'll look over to the UNT youth and I'll tell him, if I am to help you, would you pledge yourself to me forever and serve me?
Why are you making your younger
Boss.
self serve your older self? What the fuck?
This is actually where he gets his warlock powers from. It's just an infinite time loop of giving himself the powers from past him.
Preservation,
Fucking making my brain hurt over here.
if this guy's be too much of a punk to help himself, I'm gonna make this guy my own personal
I
slave. Let's see
lend
if this
my
works.
borrowed power to younger me, but that's where I get my borrowed power from.
That's what I'm saying is you're helping your younger self out and you're just
I don't
making
even
your
know
younger
this is my younger. I don't know what I'm dealing with here. I've never seen another UNT
Bruh,
before. So
in
I'm
before, helping out
that's the
your
whole
younger
point.
self creates a time paradox where younger you makes better choices and you just don't exist anymore.
very possible. But again, I've never seen another UNT before. For all I know, they all look like me. You know,
But then,
I don't know.
But then,
dude.
if younger you makes better choices, it doesn't lead to current you wouldn't warn younger you to not make better
Oh, yeah.
choices. So then
Oh, no,
he
stop,
would
stop,
end
stop. We're not going to
Sure,
the
why
going
does
down the
everything
bad
smell like
route
toast?
again.
Either way, I asked him a question.
You know what else is
Yeah.
left side going numb?
Yeah.
Cut to next session, Johannes is no longer in the party, and it's just hey, yeah, we've got a.
Hold on, guys.
We-
We got to catch up a little bit because I
Who's
know Brandon does
Johannes?
at the end at a certain time.
Okay.
So, Johannes, you make that request to him. Go ahead and roll me
Be right
a
back.
flat persuasion check. You see as he's dangling here upside down, his eyes meet yours for a second, and as they meet, and a color change happens for just a briefest of instance where your eyes are yellow, correct?
Mhm.
Yeah,
Well,
his
yellow
eyes are
green. They're like yellow, half yellow, half green. It's a whole.
half yellow, half green. His are full green. And as he looks at you, a color change swaps for just a mere moment where they blink to yellow. And then he blinks again and they turn back to their green color. And he looks at you and he says, "Please help me. Please, for the love of the gods, please help me."
Fine, and you will do my bidding, or else you will go into the well too. I go ahead and look over at the guy and blast him with a poison poison
Poison
spray.
spray. You blast this man with a poison spray. Regardless of how much he will take as far as damage or saves or whatnot. The spray like engulfs his face for a moment, and you see he wrenches back just as the boy like he lets go as he's pulling back, but the kid has just enough time to take his legs and hook them over the side, and is like holding onto the well only by his legs at this point. You see the man is like wrenches back and starts like rubbing his face of all the spray, trying to clear off whatever is like in his face, like taking the mist and like or whatever like moisture is like now on his face, and like using sand like try to get it out, just like in a panic.
All right,
Any
he's
pocket
close
sand?
enough. If I can, I'm just gonna walk around him and use a shove action to push him down the well.
Um,
If I
oh,
can.
the guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, you shove him out.
All right. So, and the kid's still hanging on the wall with his legs.
Yeah, you see that as he like tries to like finagle himself up, all he sees is the other man getting shoved in and has to like prostrate himself against the well. And as he does, like he sees the visage of the man like fall in past him.
All right. I'll go ahead and reach my hand down to the kid, pull him back up if he reaches out for it.
You see that as you pull him back up, he comes out of the well, he falls to his knees, just openly weeping.
I'm gonna tell him, your life now belongs to me. I decide whether you live or die. Now, follow me. There's an open door. And I'm gonna go ahead and start walking away.
You see
I'm
that
picking up a thrall, guys. It is what it is, if I can.
I'm over here like just playing through the Witcher games, and I'm just like, yep, you want to turn him into a Witcher? You're taking that firstborn.
Yep. Exactly. Or one
you
last
see that
round
he
of
starts
Castlevania.
following you, staggers to his feet, head hanging down, and does begin to follow you for a bit.
Okay. And I'll walk through the door.
As you walk through the door, you see you enter an area filled with light, and as you do, it's warm, it's comforting, and you turn back to look at your new slave counterpart, what have you,
Yep.
and you see he is not entirely behind you. You see he is still in this part of the doorway right here, and as he looks at you, he says, "Disgusting," and closes the door on you.
You just got told by your thrall.
Well, I'm just going to kind of say to myself, but when I see him again, I will kill him because he has no strength of his own. Unless he learns. Maybe he will, maybe he won't. Then I'll continue to walk.
You continue to walk, and
Yeah, I know I totally failed whatever fucking morality puzzle they were doing to me, but I'm like, fuck this kid. Evil. Anyway.
Cool. Now we should be at Kraken. How we looking?
All right. Can I only guess 2, or can I go for all 4
Go for
here?
all of 'em.
You can
Yeah,
go for
you
the
better
whole
go.
shebang.
On its way.
That should be everything, right?
Yeah, that's everything.
Perfect. You start pulling the levers
Hey.
all in proper order, and you can hear one by one doors opening. And as you get the feeling or the instance of this happening, you can walk up one spot and then see, yeah, a line of doors all open.
Sweet. All right. I know better than to just walk in blind. I'm gonna go ahead and just send the echo a solid 30 feet in front of me. Just kind of maintaining that distance as I'm moving up here. Oh,
The Echo can't see for you, but
that's true. Thank you. But they can see it, so.
yeah. So
All
you
right.
see, like, as you're walking through, just these different dwarves, they all see your echo as it starts passing through as well. and they all just keep sneering and just start spitting at it constantly.
Okay. Not making any motions towards it that I can tell.
No. And as they see you walking through, at least this one, like the first one right here that spots you,
Mhm.
you see that it sees you and just starts yelling in Dwarvish at you. And then do you keep walking forward or you stay right there?
In the interest of time for everyone else, I'm tempted to just keep moving
I'm not
forward.
at all, man. We've all had our time in the limelight. Do your thing, man.
Yeah.
Do not worry.
Yeah, what would Kraken do?
Yeah, please.
He just fucking
Uh,
spit at me. I'm kind of tempted to take his head clean off.
Do
Well,
it,
do
man.
it.
Yeah. I'm invested in
We're
what
going
Kraken's
for it.
up to.
I just threw a kid down a well and attempted to make a slave. So I mean,
Maybe you can collect more heads than me. Let's just say that.
help me not look as bad.
All right. So are you swinging on this dude?
I am.
It's gonna hit. Roll damage.
Oh my
Roll
god.
me with advantage because that's technically a sneak attack. You just came out of nowhere and slapped him.
Okay. That's like
Just,
that's
just,
crit
just to see if you
damage.
crit. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
No
Nope.
crit. Gotcha. So 14. You see you cleave into this guy, and as you do, he lets out a yell in Dwarvish. I'm gonna do something real quick.
All right. Apparently, I'm fighting quite a few of them at once. It was nice knowing you guys.
This one's dead. Start at the top of initiative.
Ah! Hey, I remember this. This went badly last time.
There are no sharks around this time, okay?
That's fair.
Is
it,
though? That one's
Oh,
dead.
wait. Yeah, dude, take him up on that. Please, DM. Give him land sharks. This is Dream World.
No,
Anything
no,
can
no.
happen.
No.
Your greatest fear, land sharks. There is nowhere to hide, Kraken. Wait, did anyone else
Alright,
watch
cool.
Street Sharks as a kid? And they could swim in the
I
fucking
did.
ground? Yes. Dude,
Yep.
that.
Fucking
Set a
street
fucking
sharks.
Street Shark his way.
Alright, Kraken, go ahead and take an attack. It's your turn.
All right.
A 12 will not hit.
Yeah.
I don't think you have any bonus action or anything you could do right now, can you?
I don't think so. I definitely don't want to move my echo from his current location.
You want to leave your echo right there.
Yep.
You see that this one comes down, takes a swing onto your echo. It'll amazingly miss. Step one place back. This next one will start moving down. Cool. That's this one. We'll come right here. Take a swing onto the echo. I swear to God, if I miss every single one of these fucking attacks on this thing, all right, that's another
Here's to
miss.
hoping.
I'm gonna lose it.
Didn't we agree that he doesn't actually have a form and can't be hit by most attacks? Or no, that's only magic.
Spells.
That's right.
It's because a
That's-
lot of
yeah,
spells
spells that target
target
creatures.
creatures, so those
Yep.
kind of creatures. Interestingly, same applies to any spells that target humanoids. If you are a Fae, you are not a humanoid, so fairies cannot be targeted by spells like Hold Person because they only target humanoids.
Hmm.
Interesting.
Interesting.
Very
Gotta
rarely
be whole
relevant.
monster, I take it, huh?
Yeah.
Not incredibly helpful in the situation, but interesting nonetheless.
Exactly.
I like it.
But yeah, anything that targets a creature, it is not technically. It's like an image, basically. So.
You see that this one lands a shocking slash against your shadow and dispels it.
Mm. Okay. How much damage did it hit for? Do I know?
4 points.
Okay. I'm fine. Everything is fine.
Next in the initiative order is going to be you again, Kraken.
All right. This guy near me is just badly injured, not actually dead, correct?
Very true. You know what? We're already here. Might as well throw some battle music in. I just love
Take
the
a
fucking
sec.
Hollow Knight music, man. I don't know why it's so good.
Hey, it's the music just made me,
Kick his head
roll
off
a
with the
16.
roundhouse kick.
I
Um,
always love the
I
Mantis
wanna-
Swords, yeah.
I want to shove his head through this fucking window and then chop it off so it lands on the other side.
Ooh.
Perfect. You do that. He is fully fucking gone.
Sweet. And hold on, I need to read my manifest echo thing again to make sure. Is that a bonus action or is that my action? That's what I'm
Bonus
asking
action.
myself. I'm gonna go ahead and manifest the echo in the same exact location. So right there in the door frame, trying to block
Gotcha.
them from coming at me.
All right. So you move it back up to here.
Yep.
Ooh, that's not what I want to hit. Perfect. Let's see. Next is this one's turn. This bottom one, I believe. Let's see.
I can't even see it, so just roll with it.
Yeah, no. I just know one of them hits. 2 of them swung, 2 of them missed.
Wow, that's working out in my favor.
All right. Well, yeah, and then one rushes through and comes here and takes a swing onto you. 18 to hit for 10 points of damage.
Right.
Let's see.
I'm gonna go ahead and roll Stone's Endurance on that.
Okay. 1 point of damage to you.
Okay. So that would be instead 28. All right. We're looking good.
You got this. You're a beast.
We
Say
got
again?
this.
He said he's
Beast
got
please,
this.
oh, yeah.
He kind of does, yeah. This is like the most this is the oddest fucking thing ever. Cool. So that is back up to top of initiative where perfect, yeah. Echo got displaced, so I'm just gonna move it. Whenever it gets displaced, I'm just gonna move it up over here. This
Okay.
guy's gonna come down. 10, 15, 25. Take another swing onto you. That will hit for 11 points of damage.
Shit, I should have saved it.
What are you fighting right now? Holy shit.
I'm fighting 5 ancient dwarves, 6 ancient dwarves.
Fuck yeah. Metal as fuck.
Yeah.
Oof, that is a lot.
I
No.
have so many questions right now.
Yeah.
your
Well,
turn,
he spit
Kraken.
at me. All right. Is there any way I can tell if they will be able to take an attack of opportunity on me?
How so? Like if you
Like
move
if-
out of space, yeah.
Yeah, if I move. Yeah.
If you
Kind of
move,
what
yeah.
I'm looking for. Okay.
Metagaming wise, you know that you'll like if you
Mhm.
teleport like blink with your echo, they can't, but
Got it. Okay. Let's
right,
go
there's a bonus
ahead.
action to summon it, and I think it's a bonus action as well to then blink with it.
Right. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and use my bonus action to resummon the echo. Shit. Before I move, can I see how tall is this labyrinth I appear to be in?
Oh, these like walls are like floor to ceiling, about 9, 10 feet tall altogether.
Hey. All right. Hmm. I totally don't know if this is allowed, but can the Echo Commando crawl on the roof?
Yes.
Yeah.
Echo can do whatever it wants to do. It defies gravity.
Okay.
Yeah, it can. It doesn't have like a corporeal, like wholehearted, like how it moves type of thing. So yeah, it can commando crawl on top of the roof.
All right, we're commando crawling. So shit. When I go onto the Echo, I can't see where I'm at. I'm pretty sure. Uh,
I'm
Okay, I'm right
expecting a
there.
superhero landing right now.
10,
Right.
15, 20.
Either that or he's just gonna full on twist his
I
head
have-
around and be like a fucking horror movie.
Literally no visibility when I'm playing as the Echo here.
What are you
so
trying to do right
5, 10.
now?
I'm trying to move down closer towards the doorway, which seems to be a little more open, but I don't want to move out of my max range before I attack with Kraken. So I think. Hold
So
on.
that would probably be the max space right there. I think. Let me
Right
see.
there? Okay.
Let me double check. Because at least
Okay.
like you summon it, so it goes 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 is the movement. It's hitting right there. And then as far as like spatial awareness, give me a second.
Mm-hmm.
It's 20 feet away from you right now.
Okay. All right. Let's shit, I can't see the Echo anymore. I can't select it. Can you move it over to where it's 30 feet away from me?
Yeah, there will be one more spot. Over is like the max movement it can get.
Max. Okay, cool. And he's still against the ceiling there. I'm just gonna leave him there. And for this turn, I would like to. I would like to attempt to grapple this dwarf behind me and hold him in between the dwarf that is facing me and myself.
Trying to use him as a shield. Give me that opposed
Gotta
athletics
love
check
the
real
dwarven
quick.
shield.
Athletics. Yep.
Well, you rolled a 19. He rolled a 9. You grapple him, and you can kind of
Alright.
like swing him in like kind of a place, yeah, like where he's like kind of
Mhm.
between you and the other guy.
Okay. All right.
Just Beyblade him. Just start spinning around with him. Just
Imagine this giant fucking Goliath just swinging around a little dwarf. Poor guy.
that's in like a crowded bar where the Goliath is almost like touching the ceiling with his like sheer height.
Yep.
Yes.
Oh shit. I got flanked anyway.
You can't get flanked if you're Beyblading. It's like 101 of Beyblade.
Fair enough.
Eventually,
I'm
when
in a
you
tight
grapple-
corridor.
He's going to go ahead and take a swing on you.
Okay.
That'll hit for 12 points of damage.
Fuck.
Use the dwarf corpse as a weapon. It's gonna be a more intimidation factor, but I think it can work.
Uh-oh. Oh, then
I'm
that is just me grappling him. Okay.
I'm just surprised it's still up. I have such little HP. I forget that everyone else is doing better than me.
I'm down to 5.
Yeah, I
And
know.
I'm out of skills.
I would have been super dead
Um,
real quick.
Yeah.
This guy will. This is not like a normal function in D&D. I'm gonna let it happen right now anyway. You hold him
Mhm.
between you and the other guy, so he's gonna take an attack with disadvantage. If he fucks
Okay.
up bad enough, he will stab into his friend.
I like it.
He rolled a nat 20.
No, on like a nat 1, I would have told him to stab his friend. But he rolled 2 3s on disadvantage. So you know what? Stabbing his friend.
Okay. I live.
Sure. Man, this guy loves 3s. Rolled 2 3s and did 3 point of damage.
All right. Onto his
Okay.
friend or me?
Yeah,
On his
he
friend.
can take the bad rolls. It's fine.
I mean, hate it or love it, that's pretty fucking consistent.
Yeah.
I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it.
He wants to kill me.
Not that
I
enough,
don't want to
apparently.
kill you.
I'm just messing with you.
I know. All right, let's see. You see that this one will come up here and starts to take another attack on you.
Fuck.
And that will hit you. And as it takes and stabs into your chest and pins you up against the wall, forcing you to drop this other dwarf that you have in your hands,
Kick his ass,
you
Kraken.
see.
Kick his ass.
I have 5 health.
Oh,
Kick
you
his
have
ass.
no health. He hits you for 11.
I'm dead.
Um,
Okay.
You see as you start to like look at this dwarf and it starts like sneering at you, you see walking over in the corridor. I was
Patrol
gonna
the
say roll
dungeon.
for it. I was gonna say roll it for it to see, but you don't even need to. You can see this gentleman walking out with a cane and holding under his arm the full egg of an owlbear, rubbing it slowly, and looks at you and just shakes its head in. What? Give me an insight check real quick.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
In a look of nothing but disappointment, sadness, and a feeling of, with only its eyes telling you that you have failed yourself in this moment. Shakes its head, takes and puts 2 quick taps onto the owlbear egg, and begins to walk back off as all of these dwarves just start taking their swords, axes, and just stabbing and cleaving into you, separating every piece of your body as much as they can. And as this all happens, you slowly fade into an inky blackness and you sink. And you look and you sit up for a moment. And as you do, you see a room full of other krakens, all shadows, all the echoes that you have summoned so far, and the possibility of the ones you have summoned other than them. And you see your hand start to slowly fade and turn as it starts to become a shadow itself, and you feel your body starting to be absorbed, almost as if it's being erased and broken. And as you feel all of this, you wake back up. And you wake back up looking up at all of your companions sitting there next to you. All of them very much confused as to why you woke up on the ground, the first person here, and why you seem to be bleeding from the chest profusely.
Oh, okay.
Well, did you learn anything?
I've found the druid.
Do we want to just call it there? Suspense.
Ba-bum.
Right there, that moment.
I feel like that's a proper place to call it, yeah.
Oh
All
no.
right. Oh my god. Cliffhanger.
Oh no.
We'll pick back up on Oscar's little thing I have for him next time as well as he was walking out. That's just, you're right.
Hype.
The music just fitted so well. The perfect suspense. Mwah, mwah, mwah.
Stepping into the light. Que bellissimo.
But yeah, good job today, everybody. Y'all
Absolutely.
worked
Thank you, Brian.
spectacularly.
Yeah, thank
What
you.
a
It
sesh.
was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Hope you guys enjoyed
The
everything.
fucking bomb, man. The
Both
fucking bomb.
Harry
was
did nothing
beautiful.
wrong. Harry was a nice, just lovely character, I think.
He was just living his best bomb life. Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
that was
Harry
fantastic.
was fine. He ended up very fine considering how it could have gone and considering how I thought of handling it first.
I
Totally
think we
fair.
can all say that Perry was bomb.
I had a lot of Eldritch
Harry was the
Blasts
one.
that I was needing to work out, so you saw it in some trees in the ground, so I got it taken care of, but I was building those up for a little while.
I loved his.
Yeah,
I
I
loved
would
him.
say like
His
Meanwhile, it just maimed an entire forest on the way out.
his
I would say
personality was just dynamite. He was
first
so
rate RP
bombastic.
for everybody. By the way, yeah, bombastic. Oh no,
Yeah.
oh no.
I reconsider this group every time.
Oh come on, you know you're having a blast.
That damn it!
Right.
You robbed me. That was where I was going next. I was waiting for a pause so I could go.
Yeah.
That
You
I
know
had a
what? I gotta
blast.
say,
and
the
fuck.
music during that point was an absolute banger. Just gotta say.
Actually happy with that one. Diablo never seems to fail.
Yeah, we had Diablo, we had Zelda, we had fucking
Hollow Knight.
Hollow Knight. All good picks.
Which,
Oh no, the
it
music
wasn't
selection
which.
Haley has given me is
Yeah.
nothing less of fucking spectacular.
Absolutely.
Thanks to a lot of people here. I asked people around for music
Yeah.
suggestions. So
Oh
great
yeah.
effort.
I'm
Well,
just
everyone
curious
has
what
good
Haley
taste.
saw in this place. What Banksy has been dealing with.
Yeah.
Mystery.
Banksy's just doing Banksy.
Thank
All
Was
She's-
in
anyone
due
expect?
time, friends.
Just
What-
Her
getting like
cat has turned into a lion.
I feel like her trial is just like having to bake every cookie in the world, like in a certain time limit, and she's just running out of time, and that's it. It's hot in there. She's sweating, and it's just that's the whole thing.
But
It's like an
she's
episode
having the
of
time of her
Forged in
life.
Fire, but they're cooking
Yes.
cookies.
Yeah.
See, now that would be hell. Banksy, for your punishment, that would be a hell, literal hell. For your punishment in hell, you will eternally be forced to bake cookies. Cookies? Wait, that's fortune cookies. No.
I
Oh.
mean, wouldn't a better hell be like you have to bake cookies, but all of the ingredients are just out of reach for you?
Oh my no!
I was gonna say, is that
That's
like, is that
amazing.
even? I mean, yeah, the ingredients
It-
for cooking. But then again,
Actually,
this is
like,
Banksy who made cookies out of like dirt and shit. So maybe that
That's
Wait,
she
hold
just
on.
wouldn't quit.
I shit you not. I used that as an insult to a guy one time, as we were like thinking of like what's the weirdest insult you can give someone. I was like, you know, I hope the entirety of your life is just you reaching for your goals like a 5-year-old and going for them, but there's no step ladder in sight and you can't reach them.
God
Oh
damn.
no. Oh no.
Except goals was cookies in this situation. But yeah, you get the point. It was a weird day. We were all just wondering like who hurt me. I was like, nah, nobody. I'm just an asshole sometimes.
That's life. That's how it goes.
You're trying to bake cookies, but you have no sugar. Your neighbor's not home. You know.
I hope your
the whole thing.
life is a grand and long adventure book, and somebody puts your eyes out.
I hope your life is
That's
like a
okay.
pizza.
I can read Braille.
Well, you know what? I hope your life is like a pizza, but they forgot to put yeast in your dough.
You ain't rising nowhere.
I mean, I can still eat that. That'd be like thin crust pizza though, like crispy, and I'm kind of down with that.
That just sounds horrible. What are you talking
Thin crust
about?
pizza is good.
Really?
No,
I don't know.
thin crust is good, but there's still yeast in that. Like, I do not want to
Yeah,
eat
but
a
it would be
pizza
kind of like
on
that. It would be kind of like that. It'd be like it would be definitely much more like
It'd be super
biscuity.
thin crust.
It would be like
No.
crunchy, like. But
Eating a
that's it.
pizza on unleavened bread, no thank you. No thank you. I will pass on that. I have had that enough times.
I've never tried
But
to
I
see
no,
what happens when you
unleavened
try
bread.
and bake pizza dough without yeast in it. So I wouldn't know.
Two things that I would never recommend: Manischewitz and unleavened bread. Just wouldn't recommend them. If you're doing it for a traditional reason,
Fair.
yeah, go ahead and partake. But never no
Fair.
Experiences.
Either way, you guys are all awesome. You guys all did really well. Every single one of you guys with the RP today.
Thank you
No
very
one was
much.
expecting me to yeet myself off a cliff. Let's be real.
That was a
about
I
fucking
fully
boss
was
ass
not.
move. It was cool as hell.
I will freely say
Yeah,
I was messaging.
that was
I
well
messaged
played.
Haley at the time saying like, man, if that were me in there, I'd probably stab myself with the knife when like I was offered that choice. And I was like, and I literally a moment later was like, nah, you know what? I genuinely don't think Bags would actually do that. And as I sent that message, you're like, I throw myself off the edge. And I was like, oh my god, well just shut me the fuck up, I guess. As I admit
was
that
awesome.
probably isn't what Bagdemagus would do. You're just like, yep, fuck that
Yep.
for a
He's like,
laugh.
I'm gonna fucking sacrifice myself, take a dive, fucking goes down, brushes himself off.
Yeah.
All right, where the fuck is the weed? You know, just let's do this.
Exactly.
I'm like priorities.
That's how
Now,
it
that being
goes.
said, I could see it happening because of the time that you interacted with your patron and he was like smiled at you, threw your cat off the fucking cliff, and then you just jumped in after it.
That ass. Like, sometimes you just gotta YOLO it.
You have a thing for cliffs. That's what I'm figuring out here.
I hate heights. That's the thing. That's why I just go and dive for it. There's like no thinking involved.
You hate heights that you keep trying to ride on Kraken's back or shoulders.
I don't see how that's any different from trying to ride on a horse, with a horse's height.
Shit, he's
I'm
not
taller
taller
than
than
a
a
horse.
Smaller horses.
That's what I'm saying. It's just I'd be used to riding on a horse or something like that. So I don't see how a piggyback on Kraken's back would be too bad until he starts gaining more weight, I guess. Where does all this weight
Oh,
accumulate?
I'll put on more weight. Don't you worry.
I know, but if you just start putting all the weight on your shoulders or something, I don't know. I wouldn't be able to get piggyback on you, but you'd be left with weird shoulder masses.
Well, good job today, guys. Want to say that. I also got to head out too pretty soon. Thank you everybody for watching who was around. Chat was very fun today as well. When I was
Absolutely.
able
Thank
to
you very
tune in
much,
for
all,
it.
and have a wonderful night.
Bye, stream.
Yep.
Goodbye to the
Y'all have a good
stream.
night.
Ta-ta all.
Good night.
Till the next time.
Good night, everybody.
Bye, everyone. Love you.
Bye.
Bye.